Nothing else in the world smells like that. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Good morning, Vietnam!
He's hard to find, that's for sure.
I got 3 of them. There's one more.
Got the Kurt Cobain pop. Very cool. Very cool.
With the glasses. He's tracking down for me.
Beckerman, good morning. How are ya? Got the man with the cool hat kicking around.
Hey, guys.
We got some cool Funko Pops. How you doing, my man? Yeah, man. Very cool. Very cool.
Stickers?
Oh yeah, buddy. We got loads of cool ones in there. You got some band ones in there, somewhere in the middle.
If we need any more, we're good.
That's fair. That's fair.
I got enough now.
Yeah.
Some fell off. I'd like to go through and see where I can put them.
Hey, no worries, bro. No worries.
Here, right? So,
Yeah. Fuck. I'm always here, bro. You know the deal.
yes.
Yeah, brought in some neat stickers today. Brought in some definite Dungeons and Dragons books. I don't know, the whole whack of them. Manuals and the books. Pretty cool. People want them, they just don't want to pay for them. That seems to be the long and short of most of it these days. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all well. Sunday at the shop, finally. I have been away for a couple of weeks, so we are back at the shop, and we're happy about it. Well, ish. We'd like to sell some comic books. That'd be nice. I have to start doing sales on YouTube or something. Got no guests yet, but I imagine they're all sleeping because CJ was up streaming late last night. I was on there for a minute. Spine Ticks were on last night. I got a couple of shows last night. K-Pop was on last night. She did pretty well with her guests. Her guests were weird as fuck, but K-Pop always kicks ass. Who else did I watch yesterday? A bit of Remy Q. Biggie Shaq was on with his trivia show last night. I'm not sure if today is a Phil Treehouse Trivia Day, but I'm sure he's kicking around somewhere, doing something. If it is a Treehouse Trivia Day, he's on at 4 o'clock on Sundays, which is cool. Yeah, man. Here at the shop, kicking some ass, taking some names. It's church. Let's fucking get her done. I imagine all my guests are sleeping soundly. That's okay. We don't mind. Show you something by Freaky Louie. I watched him yesterday a bit as well. Freaky, always shouting out the community, so thank you very much, Freaky Louie, for what you do for everybody in the community. We appreciate it. And this is what he did for me, which is pretty friggin' awesome.
Straight from Canada, bro. From uncharted regions of the YouTubeverse comes a legend. The legend of Bleeker, Reverend of the YouTube Church. A mighty member, subbed by good, feared by haters. As Bleeker's legend grew, peace settled across the YouTube stream. In Bleeker's church, a YouTube alliance was formed. Together with the Hunt and Insomniacs, they maintained grails throughout the Collectorverse until a new, horrible collector threatened the community. Bleeker was needed once more. This is the shoutout of the Freaky Force for the comic community. Specially written by Freaky Louie to shout out Bleeker, Reverend of the YouTube Church. Bleeker, Reverend of the YouTube Church.
Alright, that was pretty awesome. Just saw a picture of Tylox in there. I haven't seen Tylox in a while. Tylox, I hope you're well. I think you got a girlfriend and now you're just not on as much. Is that what's going on? I feel like that happened. A haircut, a girlfriend, and that's it, eh? We don't see anymore. Fucking Tylox. Freaky was doing a thing last night about meeting everybody at Heroes Con next year, so I hope that's still a thing. I would love to go to Heroes Con next year. That's pretty cool. And if you've been listening to CJ at all, he's been bitching about bags and boards. His bags and board count are not right. He's upset, and he wants the community to know. So I told him I'd do my part as a part of the sermon and, tell everybody they're getting ripped off, man. Beware, buyer beware. K-pop as well thinks the same thing. She's always got more bags than she does boards. So who knows? I've never had that happen to me. Every time I've bought bags and boards, I buy them together. They're sealed, and there's always one board for every bag. So I don't know. Maybe it's his comic shop. Who knows? The mystery is still, yeah, man. I definitely want to go to Heroes, man. I have no idea how you're up right now either, K-pop. You were up all friggin' night, I'm sure, on CJ's stream. I would definitely love to meet everybody at Heroes, Beckerman. That'd be fucking awesome, dude. Jesus Christ, 6 a.m.? You guys are troopers. Well, you didn't miss too much aggressively. We talked about CJ's bag and boarding issue. I told him I'd preach about it on Sundays, so you're all getting ripped off. Buyer beware. Shouting out Freaky Louie, of course. He's done a bunch of shout outs for the community, so we're pretty way to go, Freaky. He's made me, you've probably seen it aggressively, he made me some awesome cool shout out video, which I'm very thankful for. I don't know if you've seen my avatar lately as well in my IG, but that was done by Schwab for Comics, and pretty dope shit, man. It's pretty awesome. Back at the shop. We've had 2 weeks. No, I do not have pigtail braids, although I would look great with pigtail braids. Yeah, man. I'm on comics. This is church. Comic books, bitching, griping, thanking, loving, whatever you like. You want on, let us know. We got no problem having people on anytime. You need the link? I'm down. Hi, Leah. How you doing, brother? It's very good to see you. One of my favorite members of the community. He did some battling on, was it Friday night on Biggie's show? He got called in by one of the guests. Did a pretty good job. Absolutely. I understand, my man. I understand. Kiddos come first. I don't have any children. I skipped that part of my life. I also skipped my first marriage. I figure I'd just go right into the second one because I didn't want to have to buy somebody a house. That being said, I don't know if the second one's safe anymore these days either, so we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, Hialeah has some definite banger books, man. I do like the idea of the collector club, the way it's done on how they pick categories, so you can't just always get your bangers. You just sort of have to roll with the category, which I think is pretty cool. Definitely shows collectors likes and dislikes, and who collects keys and who just collects comic books. You know, it's pretty neat. Yeah, man. Mon did pretty well. I was pretty impressed with his comics, actually. I voted for Mon. Uh, Sadly, you didn't win, Mon, but I did vote for you. I thought you did pretty well. Especially, what was it, your skull covers? Did you pull out was it the Spider-Man? I can't remember. I don't know. It was pretty awesome. No, you did good. Got everybody hanging out, greeting and meeting at church. Very cool. Got some new stickers. Nice. Yeah, House of Secrets 105. That's right. That was fucking beautiful. Colossus. I actually, I'm weird. Colossus. I press Colossus's books. He comes to Bleeker Street Comics to get his comics books pressed, which is pretty cool. It's really neat that the streams are crossing, so to speak. People are meeting each other, which is cool. Biggie's always good like that. He's I don't know if he does a ton of shout outs for the community, but you know what? He's always reaching out to people to have him on the show. He's always Man Cave. How you doing, brother? He's always reaching out to people to have him on the show. He's always sort of giving people a spotlight as far as his guests on the show, like Mom, like Colossus, me at one point in time. So, you got to give a shout out to Biggie for that as well. He's pretty awesome dude. Thanks, Mon. I appreciate that. Doc, the Beast in the house. Chilling out. K-pop, is Phil on today for anything? I know he does something. Just don't know if he's on for his usual nonsense today with the Treehouse Trivia, which is an awesome show. You should check that out if you guys don't follow Phil. Phil's Treehouse. He's rebranded, and his show's pretty cool. If you like trivia, and I do happen to like trivia, so good job, Phil. I got some cool stickers today. Got a whole bucket of stickers. I think we'll sell them for 25 cents a piece. Maybe we'll just give them away. Hi, Leah. Have a great rest of your Sunday, my man. Enjoy the family. And doing what you got to do. We appreciate you stopping by and giving us some support, brother. It is much, much, muchly appreciated. I do gotta say, though, churches become sort of a thing. And it's nice that you hear people in other chats saying, see you in church and stuff like that. That's pretty cool, man. Makes me sort of happy. That's too cheap for stickers. All right. Should I sell them for 50 cents, K-pop? Is that what I should sell them for? $1 a piece? Is that what I should sell them for? Morning, Mr. Benny Compton. How you doing, brother? We got some cool stickers at Bleeker Street Comics. They're actually really dope. We will be getting a lot more of these. We have a good source for stickers right now. Buying them at a great price, so yeah, maybe. Jesus Christ, $3? Okay, I'll charge $1 a piece for them then. That's ethically the most I can charge for them. But they are dope as fuck, though. I'm not gonna lie. 2 for $5, eh? Yeah, man. Some awesome dope stickers. A lot of cool dudes. Friday the 13th. Oh, this one's awesome. I love that. I did take a couple out for myself already because, well, these are my guys. You know, a little crow action. And what else did I take for myself? Got a little Terrifier. Because Terrifier is the fucking shit. That is super creepy deepy clown. And, well, Hellraiser's my boy. I did take those out for myself. Those are the three I took. Other than that, I put them all in here. We got lots of rock and roll ones, AC/DC, David Bowie, lots of cool rock and roll ones, Green Day, all sorts of shit, Queen. And we got a bunch of Wham Pow Zap Boom stickers as well. So that's pretty cool. Picked them up for a good price, so we'll probably pass that price on to the customer. I was going to do them for $1 a piece, but K-Pop has adjusted my price range and they will now be $1 a piece. Thank you very much, K-Pop. You're the best. Yeah, man. I don't even know how you're here, K-Pop. You're a trooper and a half. I got to find a better way to sell these stickers, though. They're just sort of in a bowl right now. And they don't, I don't know, they're hard to go through. There's probably like fucking 500 stickers in there, so I got to figure out a better way to display them, maybe. I don't know. I know. See what she just did there? She is an influencer. K-pop, the mighty influencer that she is. Pooper Trooper. That's my favorite, by the way. I like the Pooper Trooper. The Storm Pooper is also one of my favorites. I know. I feel that. CJ's influence in the bag and board market. K-pop's influence in the sticker market. Jeez. Got people watching from the back. I appreciate those messages. I'll have to check them out. Market's going pretty well today. It's quiet, but people are here. All right. Just looking. Everybody's looking. Nobody's buying. That's okay. Oh, I brought some cool cards in today as well. Again, I don't know what to do with these fucking cards. They're not like worth a ton, but they're absolutely awesome. I was gonna keep them and put them in people's packages when they order comics off me, but I don't sell enough comic books online to justify that. Glenn, how you doing, my man? Comic Journey. Just so you know, Journey, I did mention the bag and board fiasco. Church is on it. We've decided to go ahead with that sermon and say, "Be buyer beware. Check your bags and boards." CJ's doing the Lord's work out there, helping the community. Let's back that motherfucker up. All right, I'm gonna switch my camera around for a second so you can see these cool cards that I brought in. If I can figure out how to do it. There we go. Okay, no problem, honey. All right, what do we got going on here? So these are all Bernie Wrightson ones. It's probably better if I do it like this, eh? Yeah, oh, there we go. Some Bernie Wrightson. These are just fucking dope as fuck. If Dope Comics was in here, he would tell you right away Bernie Wrightson is. A lot of horror books. A lot of Golden Age horror. That's Mr. Wrightson for the most part. Tons of Bernie. I think it's the full, might be 2 full decks, to be honest. So that's pretty cool. It's got some fucking great art, man. A lot of Bernie. Oh, that's awesome. I don't know. Like, I think Frank Frazettis. I don't know if Bernie Wrightson is still alive. I think Frank is. And this is some Wayne Barlow stuff we're coming into now. He's more of an alien guy. Aliens and space oriented monsters. Well, that was put in upside down. That was dumb. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Bernie Wrightson would be passed away by now. Oh, that's fucking dope as fuck. I fucking love that. That's how I want to light my cigarettes. That's awesome. Well, we do have some Frank Frazetta cards that we're coming up to. The Bernie Wrightsons are pretty cool. I don't like them as much as I like Frazetta or sorry, Bernie Wrightson. I don't like Wayne Barlow as much as I like the others, but still pretty cool, man. He's a great artist. And here's Mr. Frank Frazetta. Might get in trouble for these ones. I should take that golf one. I love golf. Whew. That is a hot little golfing gal. I really enjoy those golfing ones. Frank Frazetta. That one's really neat too. Very wispy, different style of art. Looks very Asian inspired. Very cool. Hey Trev, how you doing, my man? Going through some Frank Frazetta cards, and on the backs of the cards, they've got all the information for shit. So I don't know. I think they're pretty cool. They're sort of dope. I said I wanted to give them away with comic purchases, but I'm not at the point in my comic career where I can give shit away. We got Mike in here. Yeah, man. Some awesome Frazetta cards. I'm pretty sure they're the entire run as well. Hey guys, how are you today? That one's great. Mr. Actual Dracula in the house. That's Thanks for coming in, guys. Uh-oh, got a wrestler. He likes his wrestler. Yeah, so that's pretty cool, man. Brought those cards in today. Yeah, all right. Evils. Cheers, my man. Try not to work too hard, brother. Been seeing some terrible fucking heat coming from that side of the fucking world. I don't know where you are, Evils, but somebody showed me, I think it was Jeffrey Comic Con showed me the temperature is like 117 fucking degrees or something ridiculous. What the fuck, bro? That is hard. I'll be selling those, Trev. I just don't know exactly what to sell them for at the moment. Um, I was gonna do $1 a card or something, but again, I don't think they're worth a ton. I just think they're really cool, especially if you can get Frazetta to sign a few of them, they'd be even better. Mr. Dares, how you doing? I hope you're well. You're kicking ass on the YouTube these days. Lots of followers. Good job. Oh, one of my books just fell and broke. Awesome. Hey, I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much, boss. It's okay. It's just Future State, Superman House of L. Yeah, it's a shit book. Garbage. Garbage. No, it's not really. I like the cover. I just didn't really love the story. And nothing happened to it. We're happy with that. Oh, corner got a little bent. Maybe we'll take it home. Sad day. It's a sad day. All right, let's change this back to where we are here. Settings, camera, front camera. Yeah, baby. Here we are. We're back. Get to look at my not so beautiful face. But that's okay. Appreciate everybody hanging out. It's awesome. Very grateful for the community, people we've met, people that hang out with us. Pretty cool, man. I found this recently. It's a super crap copy of it, but I am wicked nostalgic. Hey, boss. Yeah, I am wicked nostalgic, so this thing's fucking awesome. Let's see. Superman 2 from DC. It's got all the cool black and white photos from the movie sets, and I don't know, it's pretty fucking cool. It's in terrible, terrible shape. It's got a split on the top of the top corner, but it's still cool. I didn't pay very much for it. Well, I knew you'd like that, Glenn. I knew you'd dig that. You're easy to give a boner to. You barely have to whisper Superman's name, and you're getting hard. Well, that's what I figure. I figure, Glenn, you're the kind of guy that asks a girl to say Superman's name while you're banging her. Just say Superman. Whisper Superman in my ear. Comic book G-Man, how are ya? I know. It happens. Church is crazy. People come in, they go out, they come back in. Chat is hopping and popping. We got the man with the cool hat came back. He's got his awesome Misfits jacket on. We can appreciate that. Johnny Cash giving us the finger.
That's my shirt for today.
Nice.
I just grab whatever. I'll sit there all day long trying to decide what to wear.
I'm a huge fan of Johnny Cash. I've read his autobiography and his biography when I was like 10, I think. Yeah, Johnny Cash is pretty cool. That movie they did was pretty spot on comparatively to the books and stuff like that.
My dad used to listen to it. So we had the country station in the car. So.
Well, yeah, I don't like all country, but you got to respect Johnny Cash. He's all right.
James don't like.
Well, yeah, you got to listen to Willie Nelson.
Not the country like hip country.
No, I'm not into.
Watch hip-hop, but not for the singers.
I watched hip-hop. Fuck. My parents watched it, so guess who had to watch it? This guy.
Oh, my dad got the playbook with Barry Benton in it. And the boys came over.
Wow. I figure I shouldn't go to the Barbie movie because what I used to do with Barbies was terrible. So, I know, right? It's just bad. And just like that, we've got Chris.
I'm lucky that no one can record what I'm doing before everything goes on because I just sit there freak out behind and then all of a sudden everyone's like, so you see it, but no one else does. So I do it to every time I'm on a stream. I just be messing around behind stage, mostly to make somebody laugh.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
Man.
How you doing this morning, my friend?
Not too bad.
Woke
up to I think this morning. The TV was on. I woke up to I think it was Kickboxer.
Oh,
and Kickboxer Jean-Claude Van Damme, and then that rolled into Rocky 3, which
these are not terrible things to wake up to. Those are great movies.
No, well, and then of course Rocky 3 turns into Rocky 4, and I'm just like, so it's just like one of those days where it's like, all right, I gotta get away from the television just because I already know what's gonna happen today.
It's a Rocky kind of day.
You're gonna sit there and just watch. Like, nope. I gotta step away.
I did watch the new Creed movie. It's pretty good. I don't like I don't like the fact that Rocky's not in it, but that's gonna be the only complaint that I would have about it. Other than that, I think it's a fantastic movie.
Well, you know what's crazy is I think that him being involved in in those Creed movies, I think he was trying to get the rights back to the franchise because I guess he sold it at some point. Something like that happened, like where he sold it over to I think Erwin Winkler, and he doesn't have the actual rights to the character, so they basically, I guess, got him to come on for Creed, and I guess if you talk to Sylvester Stallone, it's a real sore spot. He's like, no, this is my, this is the one big thing. And, I guess a lot of people, he ended up having just to sell this one amazing idea. And, all of a sudden, it blows up. It becomes humongous. And he doesn't own it.
I know. And that's really sad for him, to be honest. But that being said, it's people keep doing this. They're like, we do something years ago, we make a stupid decision, and now we're like, I gotta sue you because I want that shit back. I'm like, man, sorry, bro, it ain't yours. You sold that shit. Get over it. People got to realize it's hard to come up with a property like that. You shouldn't be willy-nilly and just selling shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what it is that a lot of things, a lot of it is being done, I think, out of kind of like desperation in a way, where it's just like, I just need to get this made. So what can I do to get it done? And then, of course, the people that are going to help you finance it, like, well, I'm taking a big risk and I don't know, so I got to get my end.
It's a
and then
nice
all of a
tattoo,
sudden,
bro. That's awesome. We can compare Batman tattoos. That's
this is
awesome.
where I get that-
Which one you want?
That is awesome, man. Oh my! Can I hold on 1 second? I'm on live YouTube right now. I gotta show people your awesome tattoos.
Oh, wow. Oh my God, that's awesome.
That is a Batman
Oh my God.
sleeve.
Look
That
how
is
detailed that is.
fucking dope.
Joker's going from here up.
My guy,
Wow.
my guy.
Yeah.
Love
I'm
it.
getting that one facing here.
Yeah,
The other one with the regular one from black to that
that's
facing here.
awesome,
I'm
dude.
getting the Killing Joke
Oh my
main
goodness.
one there, and then the whole dancing from the 60s here.
I thought
Uh-oh. Either I'm frozen or he's frozen. I don't know what's going on.
I'm working on my arm too. But that was a pretty cool tattoo.
All of them.
How you
That's
doing,
it.
boss man? What'd you
Never
get?
been touched.
Oh
He
wow,
froze for a second. I didn't know if it was me or him, but
Don't you get
very cool.
too?
Canada. Okay, very cool, my man. 2022, very nice.
I don't get the uncovered one too. So I got 14, so if you have them in the package.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like I got 4 of these at home, but it's being two hands. I also got the one uncovered one. It's like cooking fish with like being two hands, right? So I really game with this one.
Yeah, I don't know enough about coins. I wish I did. I'd probably given away too much money in coins, I'm sure.
Actually, I got that. You ever seen the movies Fast and Furious?
Of course, I've seen Fast and Furious. What do we got? Oh, nice.
From number 9.
You got the 9
Oh,
car
gosh,
from Fast and
nice.
Furious.
That's from
Oh,
number
very cool.
nice.
You are a Fast and Furious
That's number
fan.
8.
There it is.
Oh my God.
He is. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I sold Hot Wheels because these things sell like crazy. Man.
Nice. Yeah.
You are a Fast and Furious nut.
Well, that's from the first one.
Oh, this is the
Like
Bring-
in the movie,
A
it's over
vintage.
93. Same paint job. But this one's like the 71.
nice. That's very cool, my man.
Another
Very
one's
cool.
like 30 bucks.
Very cool,
It's like
actually.
Up there and down there. It's just different versions of the paint job.
That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah.
See, this is
That's
another
good, though.
cool.
Yeah.
Brain score right there.
Yeah. Very cool,
But
my man. Go ahead,
I
Chris.
will say this to Rob. I have bought from Bleeker before, so and I would encourage anyone to do so,
85 bucks.
just because
4 or 5.
he has a bunch of good books. They're actually him and Hudat are gonna have a sale actually next Saturday. So if you're looking to get some good books, and you want to see what type of stuff that Bleeker has, go check out that sale because he's always got great books every time. And there's just the shop is one part of his stuff, but then he also has other books that he sells on those sales. So some of it comes back from the shop for those sales, but you can get some really good stuff. I'll show you a book I got from him. I got this off of Bleak.
Damn.
Deal. So
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, that's a 9.8. I'm telling you right now, that's a fucking 9.8. I couldn't see anything wrong with that book. I'm so mad.
that's sometimes the way the ball bounces. I when we were talking to Dustin last night, I think he said that CGC is grading a little hotter now.
Yeah.
So I think they go through waves. Was 1 minute they're hotter, the next minute they're just kind of back and forth with being lenient and then being kind of strict. But
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I've had orders come back great, and I've also had orders come back like, what the hell, man? Why do they even send books in?
yeah. I think it's just just kind of what they do, and maybe it's something where you have somebody that's I think as you go through conventions they get busier, so maybe they have somebody who will scrutinize a little bit more than somebody else, or maybe there's someone that just doesn't see something and doesn't really have you know how sometimes it's good to just double check, like, oh, what do you think about this? And it's
Yeah.
just, and maybe they can't do that, so it's just like, you know what? From what I see, this is an 8.0. Sorry. Well, what I see that they still say it should be a 9.6. Sorry. And then they can't double check with somebody like, no, that's a 9.8. Come on, man. Or somebody else would be like, oh no, that's not an 8.0. That's an 8.5. Maybe even a 9.0. So,
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah. I mean, there are people that are very, very hot on their books. Even books that they know are like, high grade. Like, yeah, this is, the best I can see on this is maybe a 9.0. And all of a sudden you look at it and it's just like, is there any ticks on it? Nope. Everything looks good. Yep. Corners of shop. Yep. Back cover's good. Yep. Page quality's good. Yep. Dude, this is like probably like a 9.8, 9.6, 9.8. Nope, it's a 9.0. Sorry.
I know, bro.
I'm gonna disagree with you. It's a 9.0. It's like, okay. And then it's just like, and I mean, and it's just like, I'm just hot on my grading. And then for me, this book would be a 9. I was like, well, what the hell else does it have to do to be higher than that? Like, what does it have to like sing at you? I don't understand.
That being said, when I grade books, when I'm selling raw books, I'm pretty hard on my grading. I try not to.
Yeah.
Like, I'll never say a book is a mint or like a 9.8. You'll never hear me say it.
Oh yeah, you can't, because that's like gospel at that point. You say 9.8. Oh, you say, oh, this thing's, this is definitely, I think even sometimes saying that it's a candidate makes it kind of a, it sets that bar where if it doesn't come back as a 9.8, maybe 9.6, 9.8, someone will complain like, oh, dude, I need my money back because this came back only a 9.4. It's like,
It does happen.
hey.
People get pissed, and that's another problem. Like I can't tell you what the guy at the other end is going to do. The CGC guy,
Yeah.
he could be having a bad day. Didn't get a blowjob that morning. Now he's pissed off.
Mhm.
Whatever the case may be. He's like, no one's getting a 9.8 today. You just
Literally.
never know.
It could be something stupid like, I just got a bad phone call.
Mhm.
So, it doesn't really mean that anything bad happened. Just, no. I just got, boss gave me a hard time 5 minutes ago. And it's like, dude, fuck this fucking guy.
Yeah. I find that would happen inevitably at some point in time. So I always get worried when I send books in, man. Always get worried.
Well, what if you get the guy that's on his 2-week notice and it's just like, yeah, no, fuck this shit. Giving this whatever,
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't like that. I wish I was part of the grading thing myself. Comic book G-Man, I would definitely sell comic books. Good with 5s for Golden Age, Bleeker. Yes. I wish I had Golden Age stuff. I have a couple, but not enough Golden Age. I don't know
have any.
I don't know enough about it either. Honestly, I don't know almost anything about Golden Age stuff.
I thought I had a Golden Age because I was like, 10 Spider-Man, all right. And like, nope, this is like right on that. It was like right on the edge of, it's as close to gold as you're gonna get.
Yeah.
But it's still silver. It's just like, nope, it just misses that cutoff. It's like, seriously. It's like, so it's all right though. Just because
I have one in my collection. I think I might have one like that in my collection now. It might be a Golden Age. I know Doc gave me a couple of 10 centers.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty cool. I'll have to check out to see if they're actually. I think they're from the 60s, though. I don't think they're from the 50s. But they're pretty cool, though. Either way.
Yeah, like I think the book I have is from 1960, and like, nope, just misses that cutoff. I'm like, okay, it's a Superman book. It's the second appearance of Titano, and I got it for $25. The reason I know that is because I'm looking at it's beat to death, but. The thing was, I got it for even less than that because it was like a weird time with this shop where they were just basically trying to sell off all their back issues. And I was like, and it was a shop that I went since I was a kid. So I was like, I remember talking to the guy, Alan. I was like, Alan, you need to tell me something? Like what's going on here? And he's like, no, we're just getting rid of a bunch of stuff. I'm like, are you sure? I was like, because if I come in and like, if you're staying, just bring this and be like, oh, we're done, because they were having it was like a 90% off sale. So I think I got that book for like $2.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it was scary. I was like, dude, it was like nobody does 90% off sales for no reason. Like, what's going on?
So, oh my god!
Yeah, it was crazy.
I'd be raping and pillaging that shop.
Oh, I was there every day. Every day after what's going on? Absolutely. Hey, what's this? So
Yeah, I
you know,
would absolutely be raping and pillaging at 90% off. Grab everything.
oh yeah, I was getting short boxes like just about every day. I was like, all right, like because it was. I mean, you'd go in and spend $25 and come out with like so much stuff. It was ridiculous. It's like, yeah, this is 30 cents. This I was just like, oh my god. But that was the thing. It was liquidation, but they're still there. But I think it was because they just had so
Hey, my
much
friend, how
back
you doing?
in that place that they just needed to get rid of it. And I was like, okay, they're still there. It's this the shop is called New England Comics, and it was it's the same shop that that's responsible for the Tick. Like they're still there and everything. It's
That's
just
really good.
they just were just liquidating everything they could. I was
That's
like,
great.
wow, what the hell? So
Werewolf by Night 15. Nice. Got a customer here. He comes in and he asks for comics, and he's got a great list that he asks for. It's awesome. So I'm gonna keep an eye out for some of these. He bought a bunch at the Comic-Con, which is cool.
nice.
Awesome, Mark. I really appreciate that, bud. Thanks very much.
See, I had to say, is it a list on his phone, or does he have an actual paper list? Like, I need these books.
Oh no, he's got the paper list. He's got the paper list. He's old school.
That I always, I always kind of laugh, but I also like wow, that's dedication. Because like, I saw a guy who had a list of books on. You remember the old like 1980s printed paper where it had like the little holes in the sides as a spool to bring it up. He had that. He had like just folded over, and at this point it's like yellowed and just beat piece of paper, and he's just sitting there just going through like dollar and just yes. I was like, dude,
I have
all day.
I found people's lists. I found people's lists here, Chris, and I've saved them for people and had them thank me like thank you so much. I can't believe I lost my list. I'm like, I knew it was important, man. Don't worry. If I find any list, it'll be here.
It cracks me up a little bit because like
people
know. I was gonna say it cracks me up because it's like you just think like so you just put on your phone you're like what's it called, make it on Google and then put it on that. But the way if you look and you see something like that, like anybody that has like a notebook or like especially one of those old printed paper things, it's like they're not going to do that. It's just like this is their method, like they're set in that way that will never change. So that list is like gold. It's like the Bible for them.
It's very hard if you have a big collection to put it on cover price. That's where my whole collection is. I put my collection plus my shop's collection on cover price. So I don't really need to carry a list with me, but I love the old school list, man. I have one written down before I started selling comic books. I've got one.
Dracula, I use a stone tablet.
Well, that makes sense, Dracula. Yeah, that makes sense.
Things into a stone.
He's Dracula. Of course he uses a stone tablet. That's what he does.
Yep. See, Beckham and Drake. Because what's funny is I used to do the same thing. I still kind of do. Like sometimes I'll be just bored or I'll just have a thing. I'm like, let me just go ahead and. So there's random notebook with just random books that I'm thinking, oh, I should get these slabs. Oh, I want to pick these up. So like there's tons of that stuff everywhere. Like it's just so funny.
Yeah.
Because as much as you can just put it in the computer or throw it on your phone, it's just like a piece of paper and a pen is right there. Just write it down. Think leave it for later.
There's something lethargic about it too. Going through your thing with a pen and paper and just writing it down, and it almost is like you sort of memorize what you have in your collection when you do that. It's very. I have a better memory when I'm writing stuff down, right? So.
Yeah, I can see that. I could definitely see that.
Pre-code horror for Mr. G-Man.
Oh,
nice. Wow. Very cool, buddy.
Nice.
That is very cool. Wow. I do like me some pre-code horror. I don't love all pre-code horror. Those famous ones, obviously. I love all the famous covers. Oh, yeah. But if I was to collect pre-code horror, would specifically be Tales from the Crypt. That's where my love lies in the horror genre.
I want to say it was Flip Mode Comics. Like, who that knows for sure, but I'm pretty sure it was Flip Mode. Got a collection recently, and he had, I guess, like a super nice high grade of that Chamber of Chills, the girl with the half skeleton face. But pretty cool. I guess he in that collection found one of those.
The
And so yeah, we're gonna send that out. They agree. I was like, oh my god,
that
that's
is
like
such an expensive book, bro. That is like the book. That's like
yeah, oh yeah, and it's
uh,
just where do you find it?
whatchamacallit, based their album cover off of that. Misfits based the whole album cover off of that.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's just like it's so crazy where it's like they're like everybody's like, oh, like you never get the. I mean, of course, they paid a lot of money to get that collection, but it's like but what they're gonna end up selling and making money off, like they'll make that money back. But it's like it's out there. It's all out there. It's just it all depends on who gets it, and that's one of the tough things I'll say is about when it comes to like collecting, especially if you're into buying collections. Is just like you know. For all of us that are on here, like, oh, I bought another collection. Like those guys usually snap at them collections and they're selling them and everything like that, and that's cool. But the thing is that it's going to be a lot harder, I think, to try to get that stuff because we're talking about people that are within I guess our age range or just in, and so it's just like they're going to be on them books, they're going to be taking them, and it's like I think there's a lot of older people that might be coming off of it now. I'm like, yeah, let me just and so. That's how some unfortunately, if you don't have the money for all that, you're kind of just sitting there like, oh, I wish I could. But then there's people that are doing it. They just, it's just, they figure out how they're gonna do it, and then they, get those books. And the thing that's the craziest for me is that like, it's people that will go ahead and sell them. So it's like, yeah, I have this, but so like, take a picture with it, and that's like, all right, I had it for 5 minutes. Who wants it?
I've never come across somebody that has a collection that's all like, look at my Silver Age collection. You can have it for $5. That's never happened to me, and I've seen it happen a million times. I've seen it happen at comic book stores, everywhere. They're buying, I don't know, 6,000 Silver Age books for less than $1,000 and shit. Like, fuck off.
Yeah,
I pay really big money for books usually. I don't rip people off. But I do have to tell, when I do buy collections, I have to tell people, I'm like, listen, man, I'm buying your collection for these 5 books. The rest of this shit's going to stay in my fucking shop for the next 2 years before anybody even touches it. So
yeah,
they're comic book people have to realize most of the stuff we own is $2 books, $3 books. There are obviously the keys, but I can't pay you for your $2 books. I can pay you for your keys. If you want to give me your $2 books, I'm fine with that. And that's sort of how I roll when I buy collections. I'm like, hey, man, I'm here for this, but I'll take that if you want to throw it in.
I'm almost positive that I know the book that Rob is talking about. The Witchcraft Sick. I think I saw it on Instagram sale. Someone was selling one, and yeah, it's much more money than I can afford to put on a book.
Hey guys, how are you?
I just admire that from afar. Yes, I know that one. Yes. So the number 2 that he got was the one with the skull. I saw that one, and just trying to look at the one with this. Try to see the number 6.
Is it
but
the
one? I know that one.
Is it the one with the skull with it where she's drinking the martini? Because that one's fucking awesome, man.
No. That's the Chamber of Chills one. That one.
Yeah.
Just like no.
But like no, outrageous.
Got like a haunted house and a guy with a guy's face was a floating head, and it just is morphing into a skull, and then there's a tombstone, and a guy running away from it. It's like I see one on eBay right now. It's just like actually there's a couple of them on eBay, but they're in high grade. You're talking about spending probably a few $1,000s on it, so it's a great book.
Easily, yeah.
But that's the thing, that it's like all those books, especially the pre-code horror ones. The reason, just because that whole seduction of the innocent thing. So it's like those are just collector's items, the story of their own that goes along with it. I
can't justify spending that kind of money on a comic book, man. Not for myself, anyway. I just can't do it. $2,000-$3,000, $5,000. That's outrageous to me for a fucking comic book.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what your status is and everything. Like, if you get the money for it, yeah, go for it. But like, I mean, if you don't, though, it's just like that's.
No, even if I had the money, I wouldn't buy a 181 right now. I just wouldn't do it. It's far too expensive, and I think it's a complete ripoff. Do I love Wolverine? Do I want his first appearance? Absolutely. But
yeah,
I can't see myself spending that kind of money on a fucking comic book. I just can't do it.
Well, I think that's why a lot of people have turned that, or that's why a bunch of collectors have turned that corner where it's just like I'll buy a collection and then hope that this is in it rather and I'd spend and maybe they're justified by being yeah I'll spend $4,000 on this collection and hope to flip through and find a Wolverine in there, but
Yeah.
but like same mindset of like no like that much on one book is just you're asking a little bit too much from me. So
The big dollar book I'd buy in that price range would be Journey into Mystery 83. That would be a book that I might buy in a price range like that.
I'm not
Because
even sure.
that's I don't know. I just Thor. I really loved Thor when I was young.
Yeah.
And I think that cover is absolutely fucking amazing. The Journey 83. I think it's fucking awesome. Yeah, I'd probably do that. That's probably my biggest grail.
I would say for me, I mean, something in that range, and it would it wouldn't even be, I think, a good copy. It'd probably be like a really beat and sad looking copy of it. But I mean, maybe like an Amazing Fantasy 15.
Oh.
You'd probably get maybe get like a 2.0. Be lucky if you get like a 1.8 for $5,000.
And I'm seeing I'm also pretty picky. So I don't know if I could do a 1.0. I'd love it.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to own it, but I don't know.
Yeah. And that's where I feel like it too. It's just like, I mean, as much as I would love to see that, like, I can say I own this one. It's just like, and I would never sit there and be like, oh, mine's beaten up and it's not good. I would just be like, but it's just like one of those things where it's just like, I don't think I need to own it that badly that I would, like it would be different if it was like, oh, like I said, 3.0 or something like that. Okay. All right, $5,000 for 3.0.
I'm looking at the record. I'm looking at a record reprint. I'll do even for 83. I'll do a record reprint for that. I still think it's just as good as the original, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
They came out the same year.
Yep. And then the Fantastic Four #1 record reprint like that. Those aren't bad books at all. Those are great books.
That's sort of where I'm at right now. I think in those books anyway, because buying a really good copy of an original is just outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, I do see a lot of people now trying to, throw in the trade route where it's just like I have all these books for trade and I want this. Like I saw one, just like the guy on Facebook was asking in a group talking about he had just this huge list of books. He's like, I'm in search of ASM 129 in high grade. I'm willing to trade all these. It's just, I mean. That you're at the mercy of somebody else because of course they're gonna be like, oh dude, well that sounds all well and good, but it's just like because he had a book by night 32. There was like a 7.0 in there, and I'm like, if you're willing to throw that in on top of all these other books, it's like you're at the mercy of somebody else's greed. So it's just like I'll take all those for that one. It's just like well, okay, but it's at that point when I'm giving you this many good books, this is like it can't be any lower than a 9.4. So.
And that's it. I'm trying to trade right now for a 9.8 Ultimate Follow 4. I have a 9.8 Canadian price variant for the Turtles Adventures 1. I've got a 9.6 Turtles 2 Adventure, and I'll throw in some other books. But I can't take anything that's not in a book that's that new. I can't take anything that's not a 9.8. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't trade a 9.8 3 first appearances for a 9.4 or a 9.2 or something like that. It just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, it makes sense, and it's just like the toughest part with that whole thing. I mean, and that happens to every character. There's no like secret to it all. It's like every character for the most part ends up having that window of when they get big, and it's okay. And sometimes some people's windows are a lot shorter than others. Like, but
we got Legion of Comics in the house. Thank you, my man, for stopping by. Yeah, no, it's that. It's
and for Miles, his window's wide open right now. Like people are just, so it's just like his window is not shutting anytime soon.
No, there's so much spec revolved around him, and I get it. I understand the spec, but it's just it's too high, and I find it very. I don't know. I can't afford it, man. So I have to trade for it. But at that being said, I still really want it because I love Miles. I really like Miles Morales. His character is amazing. And I don't have a first. I don't have a first. I have a second print. I got I've got all the reprints. I've got the fucking Halloween extravaganza. I got all the bullshit. I
Yeah.
just don't have. I don't have the one. I don't have the one.
Yep. I have. I think like 4 of those Halloween things. I ended up getting it from like some dude was like, "Oh, here's this little." We're at the 3 in the Basement Comic Con. Like, oh, he got the GP. Like I pulled a thing out of a bag. He's like, it said GP. He's like, oh, you got it. You got the Halloween Comic Fest like Miles and all the rest of these books. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Like, I mean, and at the time, I think it was before I sold my other one too. I was like, well, I have 2 of the regular ones, but that's all right. Why not? I don't mind. It was a $10, entry. I was like, yeah, it's $10. Let's go. And it's like I never win these things, and now that I did, I was like, oh my god, I won.
I think I've got 2 of those Miles Halloween extravaganzas. Fuck.
Yeah, and that's that's the hard part where it's just like everybody's like, oh, this is a great, and then you're like, all right, you want them, and like no.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
No, what do you mean you don't want it? It's a great book. You don't want it. I don't need it anymore. But that's
I don't know. I find that again, there's collecting. You go through different waves of collecting. When you first start collecting, it's all about nostalgia. Then you start realizing you have too many fucking books. So then you start, trading up for stuff, and then you start a fucking comic book shop because at some point you just sort of have to. But there's definitely a lot of people I know are doing the selling all their books, keeping all their keys or the ones they really love, and now and maybe buying trade paperbacks. It's not a terrible way to go, but I don't know if it's great for the industry.
That's kind of a good question or a good, I guess, statement on that, just because in a way, on the one hand, it's good, I guess, because the story's still getting out there, so you're still getting money. But as far as comics, I mean, if you're just going to buy trade paperbacks, then you're, I guess, putting faith in the fact that you're going to have an ongoing issue or ongoing series continue. And it's just like, what drives those series to keep continuing and not getting canceled is, the sales every single week or every month on those books. So it's just like, if you completely abandon, which I'm guilty of myself, like I don't buy new books because I was into the rat race that came along with it. But,
I didn't notice those before.
Yeah, I just put them in today, my friends.
Oh, cool. Like 50 for the one book?
What's up,
yes,
Don?
Sir.
Oh
yeah, they're not cheap.
I agree with that. Whereas it's like, if you're not getting those sales, if you can't count on monthly sales of,
module books.
Nice. Yeah, they're pretty awesome, actually.
Trade, you might be in a little bit of trouble. I mean, the industry might be in a little bit of trouble just because of that. So, trade paperbacks are just reprints of the monthly.
Yeah, most prices are negotiable if you ever feel like you want something. We're pretty easy to deal with.
Okay. I have some that I still need to finish reading.
Yeah, of course, my man. Of course.
Very cool.
No problem.
Yeah, I just to kind of get back to something that Rob was saying a little earlier, you're saying about it being deceiving that with the Miles, where it's like they're looking for suits and stuff like that. Yes, you know why? Because a lot of people, and you'll see that because people now are looking up all the different things that go along with Miles. So it's like, the first, like there's an argument online now that exists that Ultimate Fallout 4 is not the book that you really want to get because he's not, while it's the first actual, it's the first Miles, he's not Spider-Man. He didn't become Spider-Man until this one. So this should be the money book, not that one.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to change that focus. Why? Because I have 15 of that other one. So
Ultimate Comics, Ultimate Comics number 5 is what people are after now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because enough people have made enough noise about it, like, oh, this should be a money book. And it's just like, no, like Ultimate Fallout 4 is the money book. Just like what people will argue day and night about, the 181 versus 180, or the what's it called, X-Men Annual 14 or 256. It's like you can say all day about how this is truly their first and this one isn't, but you know what? In those cases, the 181 and the 266 are the money book. So you can sit there and talk all day about, and you can present all the solid evidence you want on it. Just like that Ultimate Fallout 5. Ultimate Spider-Man 5, you can present all the evidence that no, like, so it's not Spider-Man until this person said it. That's fine, but you know what the thing is, it's just that Ultimate Fallout 4 will forever be that money book.
Well,
So while that one gets more expensive,
the market's dictated it. That's like
Yeah.
we dictated it, and nobody's going to change it because everybody spends so much money on fucking Ultimate
exactly,
Fallout
it's too late
4.
now. Yeah, you can't put that back in the bottle now. It's too late.
Well, it's the same reason they're not going to do 180 instead of 181 because everybody bought 181 knowing that it was the first appearance and then going, fuck, this isn't the actual first appearance. Shit. They're not going to change that.
Well, and that's the thing too, because I think a lot of people want to go back to, but like just like with the Gambit one, it's like, well, 266 is the better cover, so it's just like
the Gambit one's different because the Gambit one has to do with
266 in that.
Yeah, because it was supposed to come out after 266, so it was like something to do with the timing. That book was supposed to, so the Gambit one's a little different, but
okay.
The others,
but people still want to rage that argument, like, no, look, this is the way it is. Like, no, it's not. I'm sorry, like you can say it all day.
Technically, that book came out first, but again, the book wasn't supposed to come out before 266.
Yeah.
So there was a fucked up timing issue.
I mean, that could have been any number of reasons. That's the only reason. That yeah. It could have been one of those things where it's just like, when you look at it, there was a delivery issue, something got messed up, this ended up just, coming out. And you got to think of it too. It's an annual. Annuals usually don't predate, but, it's just one of those things where I think that, people will try to get that angle in though. It's like, oh, you want this, not that. You know what I mean? So.
Well, that's because people that have the annual want to sell it for big bucks. Yeah. They're like, no, that's not the one. This is the one, guys.
Yeah.
Because you can find the annual for cheaper, especially when everybody was just looking for 266. You could always find that annual for relatively cheap until a couple of years ago. Yeah.
I know that Friends of the Library sale was the greatest thing in the world. If you have local libraries near you, I'll say this much: if you have local libraries and you know that they sell, or they do like comic sales, just not even comic sales, but if they do just like sales where they're just getting rid of books, go check them out because there's a good chance they have comic books and they don't give a shit what they're just like, 25 cents, whatever book you want. And you're like, okay. And then you just scoop up a bunch of books, whether they're like, I could tell you from the Friends of the Library store, I got for a quarter, I got the annual, the Gambit annual. I got the what's it called, First Go of the God Butcher. I got most of that actual series. I got what is it? What else I got? I got the Captain America, where what's it called? Falcon becomes Captain America. I got a bunch of stuff for like a quarter. It was like I came back with like a stack of books like this that no one knew what they were, no one cared, and it's just like 25 cents, perfect. So I was just like, like I always am looking out for the Friends of the Library sales because they're just like, I mean, if they have comics, especially if they're not torn to pieces, like you just go ahead and get good stuff with no problem.
I'm telling you, man, those library sales are great. And the same with if you have any old antique shops in your area that don't ever get touched. The one that's never open except for once a week. Go to that guy. Yeah. Even if he doesn't have comics, ask him if he's got some. I'll bet you there's some underneath a table somewhere in his back fucking thing that he hasn't looked at in 30 years. And you'll definitely find them.
Yeah, I mean, like there's always different avenues to go, and that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't do. A lot of people really don't know it. I don't think because it's like you wouldn't suspect it, but it's like you always kind of go and just check out different things. So you never know. Like, that's what I honestly like. I don't deviate too far on vacation, but like if I'm going to a spot and I always look wherever I'm going. It's like, let's see if there's any comic shops in the area.
Yeah, Entropy for comics in the house. We got Whodat in the house. How you doing, Whodat?
Yep.
Mastodon. How you doing? Yeah, no, you have to. These days you have to go looking for deals, man. You can't can't. I don't mind paying money for comics. I really don't. I buy comics and I don't mind paying money for them. But there's a certain price range that I'm like, fuck that. That is absolutely outrageous.
Well, that's the thing is just and really when you get to that point, I think a lot of times you just kind of have to sit back and be like, oh, I missed my shot.
Yep,
Didn't
I missed it.
I didn't take the shot, so I missed my opportunity. So that's all right.
Exactly.
Just because the only thing that you can hope really is that like when that type of thing happens is that eventually it'll calm down again, and maybe you'll be able to kind of get something a little better because maybe someone's not quite as just gung ho to hit that high price. Maybe they'll take a little bit lower, but it just happens. So and then there's books that you scored for nothing that all of a sudden say, oh wow, this is a big book now. I didn't know that.
Wolverine 95, Wolverine 88.
Yeah. Who has and the 95 is that Marvel Comics Presents, right? That Sam Keith cover?
Yeah,
Man. Like, I mean, those were like littered in the $1.50 bins. So whoever was a big Sam Keith fan, because I know people are. I know that just because of when I went to a show a couple of years back and he came. His line was massive, just because he never does shows, and people were just everything. So there's people out there that got a Sam Keith signed of that,
That's because comic collectors throughout the years have been secretly stashing away Marvel Presents comics because they've been like in 50-cent bins forever.
Well, that's the thing. Like you'll hear people say it all day. It's like there's good stories in this. Like it's not
hard underrated run. It's awesome.
But that's the hottest thing with that is when you look at when you just look at it, because it's like there was never. I mean, it was that fact that it was like the double book where you turned over. There's another story in the back, and I think a lot of people kind of just turned up their nose at it just because like this isn't real. I mean, I know these books. I've seen the up and the turnover books. Like no one cares about those. But
especially nowadays, I find most people just want key comics. It's actually depressing being a comic seller sometimes because everybody they really just want key comics. There's not a lot of true comic book collectors anymore. That want runs, that want to read a character, that just enjoy reading comics. Everybody. I don't care what you say, man. Almost everyone that's in comics sells comic books. That's just the fucking facts.
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing with that whole thing about like I don't want runs, which is fine. I understand that. Like a lot of things you don't want to have all that extra books if you don't need them. But
that's
just like when it comes to like the movies and stuff like that, though, it's just like okay, what books are gonna and so sometimes it's stories no runs. Like no, they're using this story. Like these are the main things that happen in the story, so you need to get these books.
The only reason 95 is popular right now is because that's the origin of the yellow and blue suit, and it's not even in the fucking book. If you read the book, it's not in there, and it doesn't make any sense that like it's us. We're a bunch of retards, and we fucking. I need that book because it's the origin of the blue and yellow suit. Shut up. Yeah. Just stop.
Well, I think really like when it like so. I mean, I would have thought okay, that book is expensive, or that book would be more sought after in that run because it's a Sam Keith. Like a Sam Keith had a bunch of books within that run. It's like, oh, it's Sam Keith. Like it's his art, it's his thing. Like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna get this for that reason. And the fact that it isn't just like the the Weapon X story. You know what I mean? That little run, but it's also if you're a Barry Windsor Smith fan, it's Windsor Smith. Like you're not a fan if you don't have that shit. You know what I mean?
So that's true.
It's just one of those things. There's like why would you skip over his most iconic or some of his most iconic work, especially on a Wolverine? It's like okay, but I mean, Marvel Comics Presents. Like we said, it's just literally been collecting dust in everybody's shop for the past 40 years or whatever. And now one of those books is getting to do so. It's just like try and sell it, but just know there's literally millions of them, and there's people that have storage closets full of those stupid books. Because
that's a fact. That is a fact.
When they came out,
I think I have 2 full runs of that Marvel Comics Presents, to be honest, and I certainly have the big thick books that came out, the Saga of Wolverine or whatever, which is all Marvel Comics Presents. So
now you know what they need to do if you want to see people get into that run and really want to own it. Make an omnibus of that. Like make an omnibus of the it could just be even just the Wolverine stories, and then you could have like whatever the other books for the Ghost Rider stories, in two different omnibuses, and
Well,
people
yeah,
will read
'cause
those.
you've got a cool Colossus little run in there. You've got a cool, like,
Yeah.
not that he's cool, but some people like Scott Summers. You got a cool Scott Summers little run in there.
Damage control.
I don't know. There is definitely, yeah, there's some definite cool stuff in there.
Yeah, and then it's just I think that sometimes helps people kind of get into it. It's like, oh, I didn't know that these were like, oh, this is issue number 95. I need to get this issue. Like, and I'll have and you'll have a whole box full of stuff that you can't sell or move. But if you get the omnibus, at least you can read the whole story and understand what's going on. Because I think that's part of the other problem with that one is that a lot of people, just because it's all just broken up and you have the double stories, I think it's hard to stay focused on just the Wolverine stuff. So. But all right, I'm going to apologize for my sparking this whole debate in the 266 realm, just because that's going back and forth.
Oh, it is. It's heated. It's heated in the chat.
It always gets that way though. It always does, just because that's how everything thinks, and it's just like, it's to each his own, the way I see it. But in the end of it all, however you want to look at it. 266 is the money book. That's the book that everybody wants, and I think a lot of people, will have one or the other, or I have both, and it is what it is. But it's just one of those things where it's just like I think that in the end of it all, like the one that's dictated to be the market favor, I guess, is the one you go with, just because I have the first appearance here, and this is the one it is. Okay, but guess what? This guy got 266. If I'm gonna choose both books, if you're gonna put both books up to me and ask me which one do I want, I'm going with 266.
I'm going 266 all day long. I am.
So
that's a fact. That's a fact. Oh,
so that's just my thoughts on it. But I think that there's a lot of that though, where you are seeing a lot of people, whether it be on Instagram or other places, that are just like, no, like do this here, or we gotta, this is the one that you want. And I think that it's kind of changed where people try to dictate, what it is that you should have or whatever, as opposed to what people would say before, like, hey, you know what? You get this Ultimate Fallout 4. Yes, this is Miles Morales' first appearance, but you know what another good book is to get that's not on anybody's radar right now? This one, because this is where he's actually called Spider-Man for the first time. And now it's more like, just trying to set off an argument, being like, oh, well, you could own that Ultimate Fallout 4 if you want, but this is the one you really want. It's like, no, it's not. Like let's not be crazy.
well, it just proves to me that speckers don't read comic books, and they read Key Collector, and they read Cover Price, and they say you got to go get these books because the top 10 list told me so. So
well,
you know
what the other thing is,
buy my friends.
Not just Cover Price is a little different, but Key Collector. He put that out and does things, but people will tell him stuff too. They'll be like, hey, listen, like, did you know about this book here? And so, like, all of a sudden it just comes out. It's like stuff that wasn't there before is now all of a sudden, being placed into that. And not to say that it's wrong. It's something the guy overlooked, just because, you can only know so much. But it's just, I think people just go on that now. So it's like, oh, just keep going with these books that someone tells you is, the one. It's just like,
These are the ones. These are all the ones you want and need, instead of actually just buying what you like to read. But hey,
yeah,
don't get me wrong. If you are collecting comics, it's a good idea to invest some of your money into Key Comics and have some of those books.
Yeah,
but
absolutely,
it's not the only reason to be around comic books. Right?
Well, that was the thing that was crazy for the longest time. Like nobody, people knew what key books were, but they weren't called that before. They was like, oh, that's a bit. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden people like, oh, like now it's just, and I think that's kind of one of those deals where like that's how people just identify things now, because well, these are the ones you want to get all the time. Like, no, these are the ones that you hope to get. But if you like the story, like buy books and then do what you can to get, the big ones, like, oh, these are where all the major events happen or the major appearances happen. But there's still a lot of story that happens in between all that. That's good story.
I love reading the old books when you get to the bottom of the page and it says story on in Web
Yeah.
of Spider-Man on blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I love that shit, man. I dig, and that's how I used to collect comic books. I'm like, oh, I gotta finish reading the fucking story. So
Yeah.
you gotta
Oh
go
yeah.
over here to read it. You gotta go over here to read it.
Yep.
I didn't.
Before
I
knew-
didn't. Yeah, before I knew about comic shops and
Yeah.
pull lists and all that shit, I was reading books and going, okay, the next book is in whatever. I'm gonna go find that book.
And you know what's funny is that you know, I mean, I've been collecting since I was 9, so it's just like, I mean, actively collecting since I was 9. Before that, it was just you know, my aunt would on Halloween, from I think I was about like 5, she would, you know, just put together this little, like, you know, goodie bag full of stuff, and it would be like candy and things, and then my sister would get coloring books, I would get comic books, so I would just get random comic books on you know, on Halloween. And it was just like, after that I started, you know, just getting my own, and like, I remember being 9 years old in the comic shop and being told by the guy that ran the comic shop, you want to get these X-Men books, don't worry about the other one, because I didn't know what Uncanny meant. I was 9, what do I know about Uncanny?
Yeah.
It was like, I didn't know which one was the real one to get, so he's like, no, you want these ones, and they ended up being like, you know, the Jim Lee X-Men one, so I thought that was it. But then, me being, you know, younger, I didn't really quite because the art looks so similar in all the other X books. So I was like, oh, X Force, this is gonna be the same thing. I'll buy this. So like that was my first like real like major jump in collection outside of like GI Joe books that I would get for Christmas. Were was X-Men stuff. Like I was so, like, I call it, I say it's a joke, I was so eccentric when it came to like buying comics. And then Spawn came out, and I was like, "Oh, I like Spawn." So it was X-Men and Spawn were the only books I bought. Like, I want to say,
I started buying the stuff I was watching on TV around that time. Like I was buying like the Turtles Adventures and Simpsons.
I didn't even
And
know.
that's why
that
I'd same thing. I would never have bought the
I would just
Uncanny
beeline right for the
X-Men.
X-Men books.
I would have bought X-Men from the 90s because that's my X-Men. That's what I grew up watching. That's what I grew up in being a part of. But knowing now as an adult, I'm like, well, fuck, that Uncanny X-Men run is amazing, man. It's completely amazing.
Yeah, and that's what would confuse me, because they're big, because people like, we had the Marvel cards, and that's how I started learning about, like, that's where I really learned about, like, so this isn't what I actually even want. I want to get this thing. I want to be like, I want these books. And then I remember, because I'll never forget how that guy like basically led me astray and was like, no, you want to get these ones. But when had I had somebody that was a little older than me that would have told me, like, no, get the Uncanny ones. Like oh, you like Gambit? This is his first appearance. You like this one? This is the first appearance.
I don't know.
So,
Is he froze? Yeah.
Who?
Chris.
No, I'm
he's talking.
Okay.
He's talking,
okay.
moving.
I can hear you.
But that was you know, that was the thing that you know, got me, and then I kind of learned a little more. And I'm like, all right, and I started branching out because of there was 2 shops that were in where I live at, and so the first one was called Legion of Superheroes, and Legends of Superheroes, and Legends went out, like they ended up closing. So I got a bunch of stuff for super cheap, and then because of that, I started branching out and seeing different stuff. And then there was another smaller shop. It was kind of like that. It was like a combined comic shop and video game store. And then that's why I got a bunch of Captain America stuff, because it was like, oh, like, we're just selling everything for like $0.25 a piece. I was like, perfect. I was like, so I go out to school and sit there and have like $5 in my pocket, and then leave with a stack of books. And I just kept doing it over and over again. It was hilarious. I remember, you know, I went in there and the guy was like, he's like, well, we'll call it 50 cents. Like, we'll call it 40 cents because that's what I got today. Then at one point they were a nickel. I was just like, yeah, 40 cents. And he's like, well, we just call it 50 cents. Like, I only have 40 cents. And I gave him my 40 cents. I left my 8 books, and I was all happy.
Nice. See, those were the days, man.
Yeah, that was what, 96 or so. So I was like,
I guess we would be wrong about the history, knowing that book was supposed to come out first. Like, and then if you read certain books, I don't even know why I'm arguing with somebody I don't know and don't even care to know. That's my fault. But yeah, like, when you read the annual, doesn't it say?
Yes, it
like,
does. It
references X-Men 266.
Sure does.
Yeah.
It sure
And
does.
how do you reference something if you're supposed to be the first one?
That's the
Hey,
question.
man. That's a question for the gods right there.
I'd be confused. Like I'm like, so I guess that didn't exist. That's history. That's not real. It's not real. But let's move on. Yeah, Chris started the argument. I'm gonna blame Chris.
I did. I brought it up. I said it just because I was trying to prove a point about how.
I'm just laughing at somebody who's going back and forth. I care less. Yeah. I got all of the books that I want.
I can assume we all agree in the chat and on the panel that 180 is the book to buy, even though 181 is the real book to buy.
Just like the X-Men 266 is the one to buy.
I look at it like this.
But but if you want the one that came out first for technicality, you get the annual. Just like X-Men 94 was the book everybody wanted before Giant Size. But I guess that history might not exist either. I mean, X-Men 94 was more expensive than Giant Size for the longest. Yeah. And that was the book everybody wanted. And then, all of a sudden, it was the Giant Size.
The great thing about history is it keeps getting rewritten. So we'll get back to this. We'll get back to this argument in 10 years.
Yeah, it probably get changed up once Claremont, I hate to say, passes. Because, he already said he said X-Men 266. So I guess once he leaves his Earth, then somebody will make it up themselves,
Todd McFarlane says Spawn 1, and everybody still collects that stupid fucking Malibu Sun comic.
Yeah, he says Spawn 1. Yeah. Now, I'm trying to think who it was. Oh man, was it Roy Thomas? I can't remember. Somebody talked about Hulk 180 and 181 too. I can't remember.
I was asked that earlier. I was just like, wow, this is like, but that's because there's people on social that will go ahead and go back and forth with you on that stuff all day, and it's just like, it's really this, it's really that. And I was saying about the Ultimate Fallout 4, where there's people that are like, well, I mean, you can get that first appearance of Miles Morales if you want, but he's not Spider-Man until this issue. This should be the one that you want to get. And I'm like, you go ahead and do that. That's perfectly fine. I'll be happy with my double-signed Miles. So
Roscoe, that's not even an argument. 299 is the first appearance. 2099 number 1 is the first appearance. The other one's it's just an ad.
The other one's a preview, huh? It's just a preview, right?
Yep. Yeah. And I'm gonna take the same road that Beckman did and say, I have both, and they're both signed by Rick Leonardi. So you know what?
Nice.
I win. I was like, getting the other one an ad or something. I don't know.
But
you hate
matter. Collect what you love and love what you collect.
Amen.
That's right.
Amen.
And let other people argue about whatever. If they're arguing with you because they might be a little jealous of what you have. Who knows?
Maybe. That's what I see. Maybe not. I just know. I just was. My whole point was about people that
the human existence and all conflicts have built on jealousy. Chris, it's not maybe or maybe not. Look at the history of war, history of everything. People are jealous about something. It's always relevant. This turned into a graphic content episode number.
Yeah.
And
number 9.5.
I just joined to work on some paperwork and
I just came because I was, bored. I ate breakfast and I come on and I just have some fun. But I just chill because it's Sunday.
He probably pressed something on his phone,
Yeah. He probably has. Oh, I mean, if his phone died, won't the stream die soon?
No. Well, his phone shouldn't have died. Didn't he just start the stream like a little bit? Yeah, he'll go for like 4 hours on his phone. So and he has battery charges.
Okay,
and,
I wasn't gonna be like, all right, and But
Becker, man, I never called anybody out to say anybody was jealous. Man. See, that's another thing people have to do as human beings. We got to stop reading and try to create a narrative. That's not what I said. Those are not the words I said. So we need to stop doing that. We do that a lot as humans. We'll assume one thing and then say it and be like, that's not even what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, so so we gotta stop doing that. Yeah, I do it as well. I'll admit I'll do it as well. We do it all as humans. We gotta stop doing that. You know.
I think too the other thing that's kind of you know just weird point of emphasis is that it's not so if you know something or you think something and someone else, it's just like you can have different opinions. It's not the end of the world. It's just
Yeah.
But to go at it and be like, all right, I'm suiting up for battle just because you don't agree with me. Like, well, that's kind of weird. I mean, it's you can do that. It's just like it's just talking.
I got an argument with a person. Come on the panel so we can talk. Like you said, I said his. So I guess I said his name and that he was jealous of my collection.
Beckerman.
He said I'm the one that said it.
He likes to argue.
Yeah, I say, look, I guess he does because he said because with his statement and then what he just said, he said you said it, so stop doing it. Then, so I said Mark is jealous. So you're saying that's what I said?
Mark. All right, nice.
Oh, what's up, circumstances, man? I haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing?
All right. Well,
I love it too, circumstances, because people twist words and then say you said something that you didn't. I would love it. That's how war starts.
Wars usually start with somebody bang someone's wife.
Well, that would breed some jealousy too. Helena Troy.
I'm surprised the comic book war didn't start with what's his name there?
Oh yeah, Clayton Crane.
With Clayton Crane.
No, because I think I got really sad. He started crying, and like
it doesn't have anything to do with it. If I'm gonna talk about somebody, guys, you two guys who I guess want to start stuff, I would say the person's name or his channel. Like, I would say it's so don't do that. I would say it's. And then I actually made my example talking about wars and other stuff. So it's like nobody listens to what people say.
Well, I'm jealous of everybody's collection, so that's a fact.
I'm jealous of Doc's collection.
I'm jealous. I'm
jealous of Doc's collection. I am jealous of Doc's collection. We actually said that before.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Dude, I know that like.
He said I was in the Clayton Crane line at C2E2. What is that supposed to mean?
That's where the guy was crying, I guess.
I was there when I was first about. I was there when the guy.
I've never been to C2E2.
No. He's talking about the Clayton.
He's talking about Clayton Crane crying, or is the guy crying?
Was it Clayton Crane or was it the other guy? I don't know who else.
No. So the guy that runs that booth though, what was it? Black Flag. They were there, and then so
I'm jealous of Circumstance's voice.
Yeah, me too, bro. Me too.
You have a good voice, Circumstance.
He's got an amazing voice. I wish I had a voice like Circumstances.
I remember walking by that booth, and then just all hell broke loose, and people were like, "You were there, you." I was like, "I didn't. I just walked by. I just walked into something frame, and I just happened to be standing like 3 feet away from the guy who was yelling." But I felt bad. Like when I did that video though, like when the Black Flag guy did the video and he was like crying and everything and just freaking out, and people were just shitting on him. I'm like, dude, that's not good. I was like, because he was really being legit. Like, dude, he's like, I've been with this woman for over 20 years and all shit. I was like, dude, like that's huge for this guy. Like his whole entire life.
People are jealous how you draw, Roscoe. That's what be. People are jealous how you draw.
I'm not gonna lie, poor guy got You don't bring your wife around famous people.
That's pretty much.
These are fucking facts of life, people. Facts of life.
Yep. Like you stay home. Like, oh, you're gonna hang out. You're gonna go hang out with blah blah blah. Like, no, you're staying home. I'm just joking. Like, I mean, I don't know anybody famous to be able to say like, oh, well, this, So
well, your star becomes a little less shiny when they're hanging out with people.
You just sell comics. This dude's like legit. Like,
That's right.
Imagine what was it?
Even Travis said it is Roscoe's artistic talent.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Roscoe's awesome, actually. He's even getting better. Like, he was good when I first hung out with Roscoe, and he's even better now. It's pretty awesome to watch his growth.
That's the way that odd shit works for everybody but me. See, you sit there and you keep practicing, and you get better, and then me, I do it, and it's like this still looks stupid. Like, what the hell's wrong with this? Like, it doesn't work. It's a lie. My daughter, I actually feel bad because my daughter's the same exact way. Like, she'll start trying to draw something, and it's not coming out good, and it's just like, you know, like she's looking at it thinking like, oh, like this is the picture I see, and this is what I'm trying to make, and it should look like that, and she just gets so upset. And I'm like, first of all, you're 6. Second of all, it takes practice. You just got to keep doing it. Trust me, just keep going, keep going. By the time you get to be older, by next year, you're gonna be so much better than you were. You know, this year, just keep doing it. Trust me. It's like, don't do like Daddy, who started it out and then stopped and then started it. It's just because that's why you don't progress. Is like, you know, you go, you know, and then just stop practicing. Like because I mean, anybody who's a you know, who's into art like that is all about the fact that, you know, I do this all the time. Like, just like when we were kids, and you would see kids in class that, like, you know, on their math homework, they're just like, you know, drawing a picture of Voltron or something like that. And it's just like, you know, how did you get so good at that? Because this is what I do when we're going over math homework. Or this is while we're doing science notes. This is what I'm doing the whole time.
You know, though, there's a lot of people that say art is practice, and it's true. You do have to practice that. But they're definitely. I've met people that are just fucking good at it. That just.
Well, I think it's the way they see things.
There's just there is a certain group of people that can just naturally have that talent, man.
Yeah, I really do think like that's the thing about it, is just like being able to translate. I mean, because that's all really art is like translating an image that's either in your mind or something that, if you're trying to copy something that it's like translating that image from your mind to the paper, or from you know, if you're doing a reference, you know, translating that from whatever reference you're doing to the paper. So, and a lot of people I think have that visual thing where it's like, okay, I think this lines up this way, and so a lot of it's just getting, but like once you kind of get into that, and if you have that kind of memory where you're like, oh, this looks this way, you know, it works out. It's just, you know, just trying to get people to understand, like, you know, the dynamics of what things are and how, like, especially when it comes to like perspective and all that jazz. It's like, if you can figure that out, you're well on your way to being able to making some great stuff. Just because it's so crazy when you look at something, it's like, all right, I look at it, but like just like a room, it's like, all right, it's a giant rectangle. But it's like, no, but then you gotta look at the perspective. It's actually skewed on these planes here, and it looks like that. It's just like, you know, and you kind of tell somebody, you know, how that all works. Oh no, this is a plane, and then you put it like this, like so you know, like you know, so this plane exists, but then you put something in back of it, or you know, give it depth this way, and then you put like this, and then it's just like, okay. And it goes over a lot of people's heads. It's just, you know,
I'll check it out.
trying to draw somebody standing like this.
Hey, my man, how are you?
Good. Look at some books. Look at some books.
I look at books all the time, and
no, I said Bleeker. Bleeker's a good one.
Yeah, let's check out some books.
What books we got?
I don't
Good
know.
stuff?
Let's give me 1 second, and I'll let you see them.
Oh, that's a good one. That's Deadpool, what, 450 or 45?
250.
Yeah. Is that the one he dies or the one before he dies? There you go. Spider-Man, Deadpool. More Deadpool. That's a Use Your Illusion. That's a rock cover.
That one there, yeah.
Yeah. That's a Guns N' Roses cover.
That's a
Nice.
cool one. I remember that one.
Yeah, I like that cover.
That was him. What? Ping, boom. I never knew that they did that. That Guns N' Roses cover. That's pretty cool. I like that with the throne. That's cool. Jeff the Shock.
Yeah, a lot of people like
Beta. A blank. That's kind of cool. I like that. Looks like a TV guide almost.
It does look like a TV.
I'm good, G man. I moved on.
There you go. Nice and new. Oh, Sienkiewicz. There it is. I like that.
There you go.
Nice.
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course, man. What can I do for you?
So I haven't seen
I
any
like it.
Funkos in here,
Okay.
but I know this one is comic related.
Yeah.
So this one on the Funko Marketplace around $50.
Okay.
I'm thinking you probably have the comic in here, so I would probably give this to you for about $30.
Okay. What are you after?
What do you mean?
What do you want? You're just looking
I'm
for
looking
money?
to sell,
Just looking for
to be
money?
honest. Yeah.
I do not have any cash today.
That's okay,
I am
man.
broke, but I would love to buy that off you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would buy that off you. But if you want cash today, ask the Funko guy.
Okay, man.
He'll buy it today. I just don't have the money today, bro.
All right. Would you be like, I could hold it if you really...
Oh, yeah, I'd be interested in buying it.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So I know he's gonna buy it and display it.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, take one of my cards.
Okay.
I think my email is on there and whatnot.
You think?
Yeah, I'd be interested in buying that.
Okay. I'll be here next Sunday.
All right, cool, brother. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, folks. What do you think about these books? What are you after, my friend?
I'm just looking to trade for this. I think it'd be a fair deal.
Okay.
Two of those books in there are worth $15.
I like it.
Yeah.
The Deadpool one and the Star Wars one.
Yeah, we'll trade you for that.
I think the rest is fair.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like it. Good
Good
trade.
ball. That's for you, brother.
My brother today too.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Way
Thanks,
to go, man.
Thanks
That's
for
awesome. Here, have a sticker. Have a Michael Myers sticker.
Oh, that's awesome. He's the best.
Nice.
Thank you, Ed.
Man, my pleasure, brother. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye now.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Deadball. We just traded the Todd McFarlane Spider-Man Deadball for that stack. So
So
I think
Beckman says he has a charity live stream coming up with Bill Sienkiewicz, and he and Lady Fantastic. I was like, he's beyond excited. Lady Fantastic gonna be fanboying pretty hard.
Oh yeah, like and Lady Fantastic loves that fucking dude.
Should
Well, he's just got such good art, man. His covers are just so. If you can look at all the covers of, I don't know, New Mutants or whatever the covers you're looking at. Oh, that's a Bill cover. Oh, that's a Bill cover. You can really tell his
absolutely.
art.
And so now I have a question for Lady Fantastic. Is he Bill or William to you? Are you formal with him? Like, no one talks bad about William ever.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that's not
he's not Bill. I think he's not Bill to
You think she's William? You think he's William?
I think he's actually William because she's like, no, I won't besmirch him by calling him Bill. His name is William. He's William Sienkiewicz.
That's pretty cool, Beckerman. Though, so is he going to be on a live stream with you? That's pretty fucking neat, bro. I'd watch that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man. You are a weirdo, Lady Fantastic.
You have so many, like all those different. Yeah, a lot of different charities and stuff.
I can judge him if she's a weirdo. Do you know his middle name? If you know his middle name, then that officially uptakes you to weirdo.
That's fair. That's actually a fair. Hey guys, how you doing today? Good,
William Aloysius Sienkiewicz. Like, oh no, you know his middle name, huh?
Oh, we got
He's
someone looking at the D&D books.
You can draw like one. I'll give him that.
I wish I could draw like that.
Okay. Tome of Foes, The Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica, Bolo's Guide to Monsters.
That Bolo's Guide to Monsters is really expensive, bro.
How much?
Say it at $900.
Never mind.
The rest are cheap. Well, cheap comparatively.
That's Ghostbusters.
That
like
is such an expensive book.
All right.
The rest are about 40 to 50 bucks.
The monsters?
Yeah, it's there's two covers. One's black and one's not. The black cover is like $800, $900 on eBay.
Never heard that.
So,
I know.
Definitely take Tome of Foes and the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica.
All right, so they're in this section here.
This is Morton Cade's Tome of Foes.
Okay.
And then go 2 over from 3 over from the end.
Okay.
Yeah, those two.
All right.
You don't have any more hiding here, do you?
Nope, that's it right there, my friend.
All right.
So we've got.
I think I get the wrong spelling on Bolos because I put that. I put Bolos Guide to
45.
Monsters, and the first one probably the U.S. Army Guide to Booby Traps. That's not what I was looking for. That's not gonna.
It always reverts back to war.
Volo. Okay, Volo's Guide to Monsters. Now I understand. It's a V, not a B.
That's funny.
Yeah, no, it's exactly like if I could challenge, I'll show you right now. I put Bolo's Guide to Monsters with a B, and then the literal first result: U.S. Army Guide to Booby Traps. There's pictures of grenades and all types of shit on it. Oh, goody. All right, let me go ahead and get this off. Change that to a V, so I'm get off all the watch lists now, because that's not what I was looking for. I don't want to, booby trap anything. There we go. Oh. 5th edition. Jeez. The 5th edition of this book is on eBay for $625. Buy it now. Jesus. Well, I won't be doing any guiding to monstering. That's very expensive. Anyway. Yeah, I basically, for me right now, going on eBay is basically just window shopping. Can't buy anything.
I'm not. I go on eBay to see my stuff that I had listed for sale.
I look all the time just to be like, oh, is this good? Is this bad? Papa Willie, what's up, man?
What's up, Pop? What's going on?
But yeah, I just go on there and I window shop. I'm like, oh, that would be nice. Oh, that'd be fun.
If I go get my other 9 shirts, how much more of a discount does that get?
This gentleman got a great discount because look at this shirt. He's buying Dungeons and Dragons stuff. He's got the 16-sided dice right there. Beautiful.
Right, did you give him the guide to the monsters? Is he getting that discount?
No.
That's so weird. So I'm assuming that he's a big Dungeons and Dragons character, that Volo guy.
But no,
what's in the movie?
There you go.
Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
My pleasure. I hope they go well for you.
Oh, they will.
Awesome, dude.
I ain't playing Wizards for him anymore.
Nice. That's awesome, man. Have a great rest of your day.
Went through?
I actually had a lot of fun watching that movie too.
Dungeons and Dragons
was better than I
expected
it to be.
Perfect. Thanks, my man. Appreciate you. Awesome. All right. That's good. We made our rent today, people.
There you go.
I gave him a $40 deal.
There you go.
I'm good like that. Papa Wheelie, how you doing? Biggie in the chat, how you doing, Big? Yeah, that was a good. I brought those Dungeons and Dragons books in today. I thought they might drum up some business.
Yeah, I know. Amazing Mermaid had one. It was first edition, like rule book or something like that. And he was shocked when I told him how much that book was. I was like, dude, he's like, yeah, it's the first edition rule book or something like that. I was like, what? Yeah,
I read.
It's some old book I have. I'm like, dude, I was like, did you go on eBay and see how much it's worth right now? He's like, no. I was like, did I just brought it with me in case someone? I was like, dude, don't trade it to anybody right now. It's like, look up and see how much that is actually worth, because I have a feeling that is you're probably looking at least $500 or more. And he looked it up and he was like, oh, shit. He's like, I ain't trading this for anybody unless I get a grail.
I sent you the link.
I was reading Lady's comment, and it was so funny. It says, "But if I had limitless money, I would buy a piece of his." And I was like, "It could be interpreted whatever you want."
A piece of Bill Sinkevich's?
I guess.
Oh my God! You're gonna buy his thumb or something like that. I got Bill Sinkevich's thumb.
Oh man.
This is the thumb that used to hold the pen. Now he'll never draw again. She'd be like, misery.
Hey, Boston, how you doing?
How you doing?
Not bad.
Sorry again, man.
You looking for your Wolverine 95s? Is that what you're after? All right.
One right there.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Another one right there. $1 each.
I know.
Wait, you had those in there for $1 each?
I did not. No. There's another guy that sells. There's another guy that sells comic books here that doesn't do his homework.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Oh,
that's pretty
man.
cool.
Oh, the little mini system.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah. No,
That's funny.
Yeah.
But I was like, that's actually one I'm missing. So.
That's cool, but you end up going blind. So
Look at the LCD, it doesn't have that cover. It's got a totally different cover.
Yeah.
The update.
Lady said, I meant art.
Yeah, I can only imagine what
I feel you're probably talking about some original art or something.
Beckerman's
yeah.
always talking about original art. He's got tons
No,
of
that
No,
was
no,
Lee.
fantastic.
Ah,
She was
okay.
saying that she would if there was if she had unlimited funding, she would buy a piece of original art from Bill Sienkiewicz. And I was just like, I mean,
Yeah.
just actually, if I could buy one, I think it would either be the original art of that Electra miniseries he did, whether it be number one or I think it's like number one and number three. Now, number one, I like when she's holding the gun. That's a cool one. But it's just like
Original art, I'd buy.
yeah,
I
but
don't know.
that's probably probably talking about like $20,000 or something
Yeah,
stupid.
I'd probably buy something by Frazetta or something like that. That's more.
I'll be back in a sec.
Of course, bro. Of course. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some old if they had any original prints, original pieces from the Tales from the Crypt. Maybe I'd buy that.
Yeah, I'm curious. Weekend. So, are you gonna check with the Funko guy? See that guy sells that Killing Joke Joker.
Oh, he should kill it. He should sell it. I think $30 is a little high. Yeah, I think it's worth 50.
I was waiting to say, I know exactly what that's gonna do. You can put that between the 298s you have.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
I'll definitely buy this. Yeah.
You caught me red-handed, Chris. You caught me red-handed.
I know. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh. But see, I wasn't sure. Like that stack of books, I wasn't sure if he was giving those to you or if he was just kind of just showing off books you had.
No, these are books that I just sold or traded for that one Spider-Man book. Deadball. Deadball's a little hard to find. It is Todd McFarlane. It is like a Canadian sort of story that he did for Canada, but it's not like I don't know. I just didn't think it was that good a comic, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, either way, I'm pretty happy to have a lot of Deadpool. I think Deadpool's a little better for me as far as the shop is concerned. Yeah, people buy Deadpool, so
that 250. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how much it goes for, but I think that that's definitely one that looks nice graded. So I'd say. No.
I know. I feel like this is something. I don't know. Maybe it's the baby shark that I'm looking at.
Jeff the Shark.
Jeff the Shark. All right, Deadpool. It's some cool shit. A lot of Deadpool, but I think there's a lot of Deadpool fans, especially with the movie coming out soon. I think I can get rid of these. Maybe even
that's a death issue.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, I see. I see a bunch of them. I see a couple of 9/8s up. One is from Canada. Buy it now, $75.71.
The Death of Deadpool. Yeah, $250 is the Death of Deadpool.
Yeah. So there's that, and basically it's for guys selling to buy it now for $100 Canadian, and then there's another guy who has it up for auction, and the starting bid is $89. So,
Very cool. Very cool. I think I did pretty well then.
I've never seen that Guns N' Roses cover.
Well, that's Deadball. I think it might be a $15, $20 book, maybe.
Maybe.
In the condition I had it in, probably more like a $15 book.
Yeah.
So I think I did all right.
Yeah.
We win again. Yay. Now I'll turn myself back around so you can see my shining face.
Yeah. Like, I know he has the Appetite for Destruction cover, but yeah, like that Use Your Illusion cover is I've never seen before. Then he also has he's got an MC Hammer cover, I think, too, and I think a Vanilla Ice cover, like homage.
You really spotted that Use Your Illusion cover pretty quick, Chris. I was.
I know the album.
That was pretty good. Guns N' Roses was my favorite band when I was, I don't know, 12, 13, I think.
Yep, that's the Use Your Illusion 1, and the blue one is Use Your Illusion 2.
Oh, it's starting to thunder out where I am.
Uh-oh.
It's I have to go to work after this, and my work flooded pretty hardcore this week. So I feel like if I go to work after this, I'm gonna be dealing with fucking floods again. It's gonna suck.
We had a pretty strong storm
like rain flood.
Friday.
Yeah, dude, it was like we had a huge rainstorm. Like it came down like a fucking son of a bitch. It was hardcore.
Yeah, we had one. We had one on Friday, and it was really, it was kind of strange because for the amount of lightning we got, with like basically drizzling rain, it was weird. And then all of a sudden, maybe like a half hour later, just started pouring, and it poured for about 3 hours straight, and it was just lightning and thunder and just tons and tons of rain.
Biggie, I sent you a link. It's in your emails. Just so you know.
They said Barbie is projecting to have 155 million opening weekend.
Oh,
I can't deal with a Barbie. That's fucking garbage. It's ridiculous.
Well,
I get it.
It's not made for you, Bleak.
I know. I get it.
It's not made for me anyway either. It's just It's just
I know just based on Facebook. Like a lot of girls I grew up with are in a lot of women I grew up with are in their glory day right now. Like as soon as that movie hit, they would in their pink dresses. They went. I mean, literally, it was them dressing, doing their cosplay to go with their friends and go see it. So they all think it's like the Barbie.
They had people at the movie theater. Probably because I've gone a lot recently, but I've never seen these people.
Is it a good representation of Barbie? Like, I don't know what kind of Barbie they're doing. Are they doing 50s Barbie? Or are they doing 2023 Barbie? Like, what's happening with Barbie?
I have no idea. I just know that all these women that I went to school with and stuff like that, like they all went. Like they were just so excited for that movie to come out.
I don't know how to answer the representation question, but
that's fair. That's fair.
Barbie. They're just doing Barbie. I'm guessing more modern. They'll just say modern. How about that?
Yeah,
that's fair.
I don't know anything about Barbie. All I know is that like my cousins got them as toys, and and my sister got a couple as toys. My daughter has them all, and all of them have no clothes. And my daughter just like every little kid, just the clothes get lost, and then you end up stepping on a random shoe, especially one of them little high heel shoes. Those hurt. Yeah. Stepping on one of those, like what? Barbie's got.
I know everything about Barbie. I studied Barbie very well when I was a young man. Ken and Barbie could not do anything fun together. That's what I know.
and they can't in the movie either.
That's good because it's not for people like us.
Yep.
I'm sure they made a Barbie parody, and it's probably awesome.
I'm trying to think what other girl franchises are going to be able to make like this as like a nostalgia franchise. Like, are they going to do like because all these girls will be like, look, Mattel, you made this one movie. There's other Mattel toys that are for us that like, is it going to be a Rainbow Bright movie?
Are they going to do they should do She-Ra, really. They should do Rainbow Bright. They could do a rendition of Barbie where she's all her the anniversary ones. There's so much fucking Barbie stuff, man.
I wonder if she's dressed up. If there's a Christmas scene and she's dressed up like Christmas, she's like, it's Christmas time, and here's Barbie.
No, they don't have a Christmas scene. No,
I was like, my wife still collects the Christmas Barbie. That's the one like thing she collects every year. I have to buy her a Christmas Barbie.
Okay,
so
all right. That's fair.
But she's got them going back to like 1985 or some crap like that.
Yeah, no, that's cool, man. That's cool.
Some of those have to be worth some kind of money. She's like, I'm not telling them. Like, I didn't say that. I'm just saying some of them are probably worth some money just because, you're not going to just see a random 1985 Christmas Barbie right now.
That's true. That's true. They are.
I have no interest in it, but I do have a daughter. So
you're stuck watching it, buddy. You're stuck.
Oh, I enjoy it because I like ices and popcorn. So
yeah, my daughter and my wife are going to see Elemental today. So not Bobby.
That was good.
Bobby, but they're going to see Elemental.
That was good.
That's pretty good, Papa Willie. That's good information, man. Barbie dominates the box office, raking in $155 million opening weekend.
That's domestically too.
Yeah, domestically over the weekend, and I think that their budget was $145 million to make, so they've already made $5 million. I know that's not a lot for a movie, but that's just the first weekend. So
yeah,
they're well on their way. That's just
well, and that's just U.S. and Canada. We don't know what it. Yeah.
never mind what all the toys are gonna do and what all the everything.
And they were smart about it. Like I know people don't like representation sometimes in movies, but they were smart how they put like different Kens and different Barbies.
I
You
don't
know,
hate
so
I don't hate representation in movies. I just wish they would make it more a part of the movie and not just because.
yeah, and that was more part of the movie because it dealt with that's what Ken and Barbie was. Like you know,
Exactly.
you think they had different types of Kens, different type of Barbies, and that's basically what they did in the movie. The main Barbie main person was Margot Robbie.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't get away from that, but they did do it. I think they did it well. You know,
She
I
is.
think the question is,
they had some funny parts in that. Though. They had some funny ass parts. Though.
I like Margot Robbie. She's a quite gorgeous actor, and she's a good actor. So I can see her doing a good job in anything she does. Really.
I wonder if it's gonna outperform Super Mario Brothers because I mean that one like.
Well, it's the what Poppy said it's the biggest debut for a female director. I wonder it's the biggest. What's it compared to, and money wise for not the debut but female director in general.
That's a good. I don't know a lot about too many different female directors. I don't really know a lot about directors.
You can name a few movies that you know they were like the first Wonder Woman. And
that was a good movie. That was a
first
great
Wonder Woman, and who else had a female director?
First Wonder Woman was awesome. Second Wonder Woman, meh. First Wonder Woman, I loved it.
Eternals had a female director. Did Miss Marvel have a female director?
Yes, I think Miss Marvel did have a female director.
I think so.
Eternals wasn't great. Miss Marvel wasn't great. Not terrible, just not my favorite movies.
I agree. They're one of my favorites. You know, I still can watch them and enjoy them, but it wasn't like.
The problem with Eternals is I really like the Eternals books, the comic books. I think they're really good books. They just didn't represent them very well.
I was spitting all the facts, boy. Look at it, boy.
No, Papa knows what's up.
I need Papa on backstage on our when we do our show, so he can spit all the stuff I can read. That's why I need you, Pop. I need you backstage when I talk about movies. He's typing all that out, and I'll say, give Papa credit. Thank you for all the facts.
All I know is
true.
Nintendo
1.3 billion is worldwide.
Insane, man.
Exactly.
Insane.
And this is what I say: Nintendo, 1.3 billion for the Mario's, right? Right. So there's no excuse not to make a Legend of Zelda movie. You have no excuse. You will make a Legend of Zelda movie. And then
the only excuse is they might do the sequel first.
No, Legend of Zelda, and then
most likely
if then you can do the sequel, and then if you still feel like making movies, give us a Metroid. That's all. But
they'll probably do the sequel first. They'll probably do the sequel first, then probably do a Zelda movie. You got to think about it leading into Yoshi, Yoshi Island or whatever you want to call it. So they got to do the sequel first, man. Because I kind of wanted Yoshi in this one, and it's like he only hinted it.
Yeah, no, I need a Legend of Zelda movie. I think that would be.
How they say Star Wars say patience, young Padawan. Patience.
A Legends of Zelda movie would be awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I know people
that would be really cool. I don't think it'd be funny.
And guess what? Link can't talk.
Okay.
Link can talk.
No, he can't.
Someone's gonna have to talk in that movie. We can't just be running around silent the whole time.
Everybody else he beats talks. Everybody he beats talks.
Yeah, Zelda would be cool. I'd have to agree with that. Zelda would
Metroid would be actually really awesome too.
Metroid could be like an action, action thriller type thing, just because it's funny. Like when you look at the story behind it, she's a bounty hunter for like space pirates. So like Mother Brain and Ridley and all them, those are like space pirates. It's like that could be really, really cool.
Give me Castlevania, baby. Give me that fucking Castlevania.
So Castlevania's Konami, unfortunately.
I know, but I still want it a lot. I want
The
that. I want it based off the anime show. I think it's fucking
Yeah.
amazing. It's fucking
Simon
great.
Belmont.
It's so good, bro. It's so good. Give me that movie.
I wonder if we'll get a Punch-Out movie. They had the the boxes up on the wall. That'd be kind of fun.
Are we ever gonna get an Omega Man movie or?
That's Capcom, so probably not.
There's all sorts of properties that are really popular that could be good.
Yeah, I mean Capcom owns Mega Man.
They own Mega Man, yeah.
But I remember that cartoon for a while.
So what are Nintendo's big dudes besides Mario?
Nintendo's like standalone games that are their own franchises as like Star Fox, Donkey Kong, Metroid, Zelda, Legend of Zelda, Mario, Kid Icarus. I know like Excite Bike was one of theirs. Punch Out was one of theirs as well.
I tried playing Star Fox on like 10 hits of acid. It was not great. It was not great at all.
I think I might be wrong, but I think Pokemon is Nintendo.
Okay, Pokemon Nintendo. Hey, interesting.
I think basically Nintendo owns Pokemon.
Duck Hunt was one of my faves, Trev. Love
Duck Hunt was on there.
I don't think you can make a good movie off of Duck Hunt though. Maybe you can, I guess. Maybe. I can't see it. Funko still doesn't have Nintendo's license. Huh. Nintendo are dumbasses. You're not wrong.
Let's see. They have Animal Crossing, which that's not really. I don't know if you really want to get into that, but let's see.
I'm surprised. Nintendo didn't try to license that to Funko. Surprised. Marvel doesn't, or Disney doesn't do licensing a lot, and they did it with Funko.
Yeah.
I would love a live action Sailor Moon Compton and Rude. I would love that. That'd be fucking awesome.
Was it? F-Zero is one of theirs. So F-Zero, the racing, that could be one. Kirby,
well, they got the Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo is actually coming out.
Yeah.
You could make a Gran Turismo movie, I guess.
They're basically doing it based on a true story, Gran Turismo. If people don't remember Gran Turismo, the video game, they actually took all the best gamers and put them on a track.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, so they're actually doing a movie on that.
That's pretty cool.
So it actually looks good.
Hey guys, how are you?
It looks really good.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good franchises Nintendo has. F-Zero, you could do that, like Future Racing. You could do Kirby. They'll definitely do a Kirby movie.
Who owns Gran Turismo?
That's Sony. Yeah. Yep, that's Sony. And then they
I bring up Link never said in the games does that the movie get around. That's what I was. That's all the reason I said that, lady. I was just saying he can't talk. He didn't talk in the game.
He would have to talk though.
Not really. I mean, you don't have to talk. I mean, Weekend at Bernie's. Bernie talked at the beginning. He died.
He talked a little bit.
Bernie.
Him going like this.
I don't know.
It's a very different movie.
I just wanted something that he couldn't talk. But like I don't know. It'd be this is a legit question though. Like, are they gonna do like they did Mario? Do like they did Mario and change the voice? I mean, everybody got freaked out when your boy's voice was like just normal.
Yeah, he's a regular dude. It's like, yeah, right. Give it a chance. Like,
but the guy who did the commercial for, I think, he did the commercial, and he was like, that was like Mario's voice. He say, "Hey, Mario, I love you doing commercial." It was like, thanks. He's like, thanks, such and such. And everybody's like, wait, what?
Yeah. But that's the funny part with all that is that everyone's like, oh no. It's like, yeah, right. Like that's why when people get out mad at the beginning when that first came out and they're like, he's not gonna have the real accent and everything like that. Like, look, they're putting a lot of money into this. Okay, like it's gonna be good. That's one thing I will say. Nintendo does not fuck around when it comes to that type of stuff. Like Nintendo, for a lot of people, big like Nintendo this and that. Nintendo has always been very very good about just their releases. Like they don't do things and take unnecessary risks if they don't have to. They're pretty good about staying solid in with everything that they do. So I think with them going into movies, they're just like, all right, we're gonna do the right thing. Yeah, like we'll take care of this. So it's gonna be fun seeing what comes up next, though. From a Nintendo movie point of view, but who knows? Maybe they can talk to Konami and do like a joint thing to where they get something like Castlevania or something of that nature together. That'd be kind of cool.
You gonna say hello?
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
What's up?
I just came.
You just came. You gonna draw me some more art?
Yeah. If I'm done, I'm to see my baby cousin.
Oh yeah, you're gonna see your baby cousin.
All right, that's better.
You had anything new you wanted to show?
We got the artist.
I don't know what happened to
What is your sketchbook?
my camp bag.
You wanna get it?
Yeah.
Miss Bonnie, the artist in the group. She's getting pretty good too, from what I saw. My favorite one that she did was a squid or something with all the like diamonds all over it. I thought that was pretty cool. Chris, how's my vocals? Can you still hear me or no?
Yeah, no, we can hear you fine.
Okay, cool. When I put in my AirPods, it tends to get weird.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
Good. Had a lot of people keeping us company today. Appreciate everybody keeping us company. Glenn, he's usually on the stream, actually. I don't know where Glenn is right now. What are you doing? Just hanging out?
Universal Illuminations. Okay.
But yeah, so I don't know if Nintendo has a lot of properties they can make. Can they do a Nintendo Universe?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, they have a ton of stuff that they can make. It's just I don't know how much crossover you'll have.
I just don't
until actually the way that you can have it crossover would be something like Super Smash Brothers. Make a Smash Brothers movie where they all have to fight. Like that makes a little bit of sense. I can see that. So I'd be shocked if they don't do something like that at some point.
Weren't they coming out with a movie based on that video game with the clown car where you had to smash everybody up and shit? I used to play that game. I just can't remember.
Oh, Twisted Metal, yeah, that's going to be a series. I think on Amazon. I forget which series is going to be. I mean, what platform is going to be on. But yeah, Twisted Metal. Samoa Joe is going to be Sweet Tooth.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool. It's basic, but they're cares. Yeah, they're not major, but they're cool. Oh yeah, it's cool. Get my robot tape.
I had the first one. This is when I was trying to do.
Oh wow.
It's like this person that I was trying to do. It was called.
This is pretty cool. What is that?
Yeah.
Bingo.
Bingo.
And I'm gonna draw.
Oh yeah, Bingo from what's his name?
Bluey.
Bluey, yes. Bingo and Rolly. No, right? Bingo and Bluey.
Bingo and Bluey.
I'm thinking Bingo and Rolly from the other one, the Puppy Pals. Bandit is the dad. Oh, that's a cool looking rabbit.
Oh, it's blinking.
It's a bunny.
It's a bunny?
Yeah.
What else you got?
I have another one, but I didn't finish.
Oh, you didn't finish this one?
It's like a
Just started. It's a cheerleader.
Okay. Let's get started.
Working on a cheerleader. That's it?
Yep, that's it. That's the end of it.
That's it. And this is the older stuff.
Yeah, that's the other stuff.
Oh, Panda.
And I have this person, somebody asked for
Superwoman.
Somebody
oh, yeah.
I don't know who asked for these two.
I forgot who asked for the panda.
I know somebody asked for that. No.
I think Glenn asked for Super.
No, I don't
Supergirl.
think he's on this video.
Yeah, Glenn was a Supergirl.
And then, yes, Princess Daisy.
That's cool. Daisy.
Pretty good, that stuff, Bonnie. Pretty good, man.
There you go.
At the end.
Yeah. No, let's put it together.
So let's see.
Because it already posted on it.
Roughing a little bit.
Yes.
All right. We'll finish getting ready.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So they said in February 2022, so last year, I guess while they were making this movie, they said that Charlie Day, who was Luigi, expressed interest in reprising his role for Luigi's Mansion. Seth Rogen said that he'd be looking forward to doing a Donkey Kong Country movie. And then they're thinking that maybe they could also do a Princess Peach spin-off movie. So that's just off of that one. They're talking about doing potentially 3 different spin-offs just from that. And then, getting other, titles involved.
Everybody wants them to hurry up and get to Smash Brothers.
Well, Smash Brothers would be crazy.
Smash Brothers, Mario Kart would be
Mario
crazy.
2 or Mario Kart. Well, they did have a Mario Kart scene in the Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
it was actually a long scene too.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna do. I wonder if they're gonna make if they do it. If they do the second movie, if they're gonna do it like and make fun of Super Mario 2, the video game, where it was so different. So it's like because it was basically they made a game called Doki Doki Panic, and they just reskinned everybody to be like Mario and those characters. That's why Mario 2 is so different from Mario 1, the video game.
The goddamn Mario, the original Mario movie was a travesty, but I still enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, the thing that was funny was that I guess video game wise, so there's if you ever bought the Super Mario All-Stars game for Super Nintendo, you get Mario 1, 2, 3, and then you get this one called the Lost Levels. And the Lost Levels was basically Super Mario 2. It was a more challenging, version of Super Mario 1. And I guess they decided that it was too hard for American kids wouldn't be able to play it. It's too tough for them. So that's why they went ahead and they got this game called Doki Doki Panic, and then they basically redid it and used made it all the characters into Mario characters. And like, all right, this is how this game's gonna play. So that's why it's so different. There are things that they did keep and turn over though. But like the little Babam thing, like that ended up being a Mario character from there. I think Birdo was a character in Nintendo and Mario because of that game. But it is kind of funny how that came to be. But I actually kind of hope they do that. Like they'll be like, what is Mario game? It's weird. What is this magic carpet? And then I'm trying to think what else they took from there. The Shy Guys, the little guys that shoot bullets at you. Those ended up being Mario characters and stuff. So they took them from the Mario 2 and brought them over to this thing.
I think it's interesting. I like the fact that they do it. I just don't know how they're going to make like some of those into franchises.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what you do and how you're going to go about it. Like, because something like Metro would have to be a little bit more serious. I think, Legend of Zelda would probably have to be a little bit more serious too. But Mario, you can have a good time.
For fuck's sake, Contra would be wicked.
Oh, Contra is basically they would have to just basically, all right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put CGI. We're gonna CGI 2 guys into Predator, and then there's your Contra movie, because that's basically what it was. It was basically Predator.
And let's be honest, they got to redo Double Dragon. Double Dragon needs a little redo.
Double Dragon would be cool. That that is was it Technos is the ones that own that own Double Dragon. Well, they were the first company, but then they got licensed out to a bunch of people at different times. So it's just like but that'd be a great movie. Like just have a Double Dragon movie like that. That'd be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Biggie Shaq, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good.
I guess you're okay.
What? Yep.
Whenever I take a walk, the internet goes for shit.
What's up, Biggie?
What's up, who that?
I'm not sure if it's Biggie that's frozen or if it's us.
Is it me? Am I making noise?
Smells like my bedroom.
Ah.
I don't think so.
Ah, that ain't you. I don't hear nothing.
I thought. Okay. Must be Bleeker.
Bleeker was like walking down the stairs or something. Walking somewhere.
Hey, when you get a chance, let me see them Deadpool comics, man. I want to see.
Yeah, brother. I'm just having a smoke. I'll jump back inside and we'll show you the Deadpool comic.
Yeah. That's cool, man.
Yeah, I have a whole box of Deadpool comics. Yeah, I should probably pull them out one of these days.
There's some cool little keys in some of the later runs.
I have tons of Deadpool, bro. Like I've got full runs and like a lot of Deadpool, a lot of the crossovers and stuff like that.
I don't have a lot of the early shit, but I started getting Deadpool around Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe 2. So that was like 2016 or 17, I think.
Is it okay if I wear flip-flops?
Yeah, I got a bunch from a little earlier than that, maybe 2000, I don't know, 7 or something.
I'd like to get an Invincible 102. They have one on eBay right now for like $65.
102, is that why? What's 102? Is that where he's fighting? Who's he fighting in that one?
That's the Invincible issue.
Oh, you're talking about Savage Dragon 102.
Yeah, Savage Dragon 102. They got one on eBay for like $70 right now. That seems like a pretty reasonable price.
Is it his
Not
actual?
too beat up.
Is it his first appearance, or is it just like? Is it just whatever an ad?
I'm pretty sure. No, it's a big fucking full page splash. Like I think it's part of the story, and from what I could tell, and it's before fucking Invincible 1, so I don't know why it ain't worth more money. I think it is. That's why it's listed.
Huh, interesting.
It's not an Invincible cover, it's just Savage Dragon shit on it, and it don't have a full story, but I just like Savage Dragon. I feel like that's the Savage Dragon book to get. Like I'd rather get that than its first appearance.
I know you like Savage Dragon, which is why I never changed.
Yeah, I just started pulling it again. They're gonna have a wedding next issue, I think, like a wedding cover. So I started pulling it.
The link is in the chat. Pretty fantastic. Glenn, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, I'm doing good, mate. You?
Good. Did you were you up late watching CJ?
Yeah, I set up to about 7:30, and then I just finished.
What the fuck happened with CJ last night? Did he get into some bullshit, or because I didn't really check into it? Anybody know?
He was on Reverend. They kept anytime he was talking, they kept putting stuff over top of him.
Oh, that ain't as bad as it sounded. I thought they were like really picking at him. That's not big. That's just a joke.
Wasn't allowed to talk. They were just I don't know. I like CJ. He talks anytime he wants on here.
They were riling him up on purpose.
They were they do it on purpose, right? They push his button.
Yeah,
it's just a joke.
All right. Side. Let's check we can take a look. Deadpool lot.
Oh, here we go. Let me see.
We're coming. I just got to get inside first. Huh?
Yeah, take your time, man. No rush.
Way out in the smoking section. I paid my rent, had a smoke. Thankfully, I was able to sell my Dungeons and Dragons manuals, so I'm going to pay my rent today. That's good. I don't have to dip into my bank account, which has no money in it.
People with money in bank accounts are better than me.
Well, that means everyone's better than me, so that makes sense. I'm like, do you have a bank account that doesn't laugh at you? I try to put my bank card in the fucking machines, it just spits it out and laughs. All right. I remember him talking Deadpool from way back. Yeah, Stevie likes his Deadpool stuff. It's one of the only modern comics he picks up, actually, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty current from like 2018 to now with Deadpool. Like I've got them. I don't get the red, white, and black Deadpool, but I get a lot of them.
All right, we're gonna go solo layout big, and I'm gonna show you some of these comics. You can tell me
All right.
how well.
Me...
I think I did pretty well already, to be honest. Hold on, I got another guess.
Okay.
Fantastic. Just hanging out.
Yay! Hey, Caroline.
What's up, dudes?
Hello.
We're gonna go solo. We're gonna show Biggie some of these.
Deadpools.
Some of these Deadpools.
Cool.
All right. What am I doing? We're gonna flip my camera around because it's easier.
Take me to church. I'll worship like a dog. Saturday night.
All right, Big. We got Deadpool, the Merc with the mouth.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Merc with a mouth. What is that? Some funny money. Merc for money. Right.
Merc for money. We got Deadpool number 1.
Okay.
Oh, Legion of Monsters. That's cool.
We got. Oh, this is awesome. Just because Mary Jane's on the cover.
It's the Mary Jane cover.
That's fucking
Who's the
awesome.
artist? Go down. Go down.
Go down. We got that guy there.
Chris Gomez. Okay. Carlos Gomez, and then Jason something. Got it.
Yep.
This one is number 250.
Okay.
The Death of Deadpool, apparently.
Nice. The Mary Jane variant, huh? Okay.
And then we've got, this is pretty sweet.
Oh, there's the 250. Yeah.
It's a pretty sweet looking cover.
Yeah, that's dope. I don't have that one. It's nice.
Holding the mat. It's pretty cool. I like this cover too, quite a bit.
Yep. That's the one where I have that one. That's the one where he goes after Craven. That's a good run.
And then this is fucking
gorgeous. That's it.
Got that one. That's
like
a good cover. I love that. Yeah.
And we got, I don't know, he's on top of this Godzilla looking beast.
Insane Foom looking motherfucker.
Hold up. Slow down. Yep. That's a good one. I got that one too. Nice.
Okay. How about this guy where Deadpool and Spider-Man are taking up this big huge spider? Deadpool number 5.
Yep.
What's the legacy issue number on that?
This is a variant, and the legacy issue is 320, it looks like.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're getting a lot of the variants. I only got A covers, but I have that one. That one might be a key. I can't tell because it's a variant. There are a couple of minor keys in there.
Lano.
Oh, Grand Land. Yeah, he's good. That looks like a cover.
Yeah.
Is that the A cover? I don't think it is because I had that run. Yeah, I had the number 5 of that run. I don't think that's the same one I got.
This is awesome.
It might be a B.
And Memorial. That's pretty dope.
Yep, I got that one. Okay.
This one's ill. That's an ill cover right there, dude.
I fucking love them. Yeah.
And we got Deadpool on the throne there. I have this one already. We'll take another copy.
Okay, so these are fairly recent. Yeah. That's kind of that's the first. I don't know how many times she's been in that issue, but when I read it, I thought it was her first appearance. But apparently, she's been around longer. But that's a fucking great issue. Yeah, that's a good one.
And Darth Vader number 23. From Ben King. Maybe I'll just give this to K-Pop. She needs some blank covers in her life.
Yeah. I have that one. That's a Phil Noto variant. I love his shit. And I love when Phil Noto does X-Men stuff.
It's an interesting cover.
I love it. It reminds me of like a 60s magazine, like a Life or something.
Who the fuck did this cover? Seriously though, who did this cover?
That's Bill S, bro. That's Bill S.
This is so awesome.
Yeah, he's always awesome. He's been awesome since they did it originally.
I wouldn't have
That
said this.
annual's a key.
But
Yep.
Jesus, that's awesome.
Yeah, that New
That's
Mutants annual's a key right
dope.
there. That's
That's
Bill
dope.
S. too.
Yeah, that I can recognize right away as Bill, but the
Yeah.
other one.
No, that's not him. This is later shit when he's off. Not it. Nope. Keep
No,
going.
no. It's just some other. This is the other stuff that came in
Yeah,
the
these are
bundle.
just annuals, which is cool.
I love annuals. Yeah, that one's a cool one. The other pink one is the one you want, though.
Yeah,
I
It's
just
not
got that one
bad.
recently. I think that's I think that might be Magnolia or Cthulhu, one or the other. I can't remember.
Capullo, I love Capullo. Capullo is one of my favorites. Right?
I looked it up recently. It's a pretty good one.
We'll just plug us back in. There we are.
All right. Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
I would like to get a Deadpool Kills the Universe 1. That book went right back up high again. It was almost affordable for a while, but it went back up to being like a $50 book again. Maybe 30.
Yeah, that's some and we traded all that stuff for a dead ball, Todd McFarlane Spider-Man dead ball.
That's it?
Yeah, which wasn't in the best condition, so I think I did pretty well.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, you did pretty good.
I didn't there's nothing that's worth a fucking mega buck here, but that's pretty. More stuff that'll sit around for weeks and months. Hope so.
What's the cheapest you sell comics for, Bleeker? Do you ever sell like quarter books or 50 cents? You don't do that
I
shit,
got
do you?
dollar bin here.
Dollar bin, yeah, man.
Yeah, I do have a dollar bin. I fill it up pretty regularly. You can find every now and again I'll put stuff that's not worth $1 in there. That's a little higher, so it lets the people that look through that get some good deals once in a while.
Let's go harass the guy that don't know shit about comics. What I think. Where's he at?
Yeah, he doesn't sell to me anymore. He won't let me go through his collection. When he does sell to me,
He won't let you go through his. Oh my god.
He upcharges me now when I go over there. So.
Oh shit! You're one of those guys. That's hilarious.
Why? Because you bought something to put on your wall?
Well, yeah, because I'll buy stuff that he doesn't know shit about, and then I'll put it up for $100.
They're out there, dude.
If you're going to be a comic book seller, it's fine giving people great deals, and it's fine not knowing what you're doing, I guess, if you buy them cheap enough. But you know, you have to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you're just going to rip yourself off.
He'll eventually get tired of not getting money because there ain't gonna be a bunch of dumbass people buying from him. Like you would buy books from him if he wasn't such a douche. So I kind of had the same vibe for a while.
Today. And got it. He got that Wolverine Marvel Presents 95 for $1. He got 2 of them. So it's just like some guy walked in, got 2 of those, who's gonna probably go ahead and flip them and make $100 a piece off of each of them
100%.
because that guy's not paying attention.
I mean, they're still $5 books, even on eBay. They're not listed fucking that high.
Oh, I think they still should be only $5 books, but people are paying weird money for them, just like that Wolverine 88,
Nah,
just like a few other books.
that shit's all bullshit. That shouldn't even be made a list, really, because it's not selling for more than. I don't understand when a $1 book turns into $3 or $4. Ooh, let's hit it on the list. Holy shit! Yeah, right, bro.
Yeah, well, it's a Marvel Comics Presents. Even though it's a good run, there's not like a lot of comics in that run. It's just, and I would consider that book really a key. It's not a key to me. I don't know. The first appearance of the yellow and blue suit is not a key to me.
Right now, I can tell you right now that there's one listed on eBay with 3 days left, 25 bids. It's at $71.
Yeah. They're about $80, $85.
For what? For a Raw?
Yeah, people are buying it, bro. It's the spec community is crazy.
I just bought this shit a couple of days ago, and they were on eBay for like $5. Like they went up that fast.
Yeah.
There's another one. That's like the highest though. What's the cheapest? You got to be just cherry picking.
No, I'm not. I was saying that like being the highest one, but there's one that has
What's
3 days
the
left
lowest
at
one?
99 cents.
What's the lowest sale? Let's try that.
Well, it's not a sale. I'm just saying like what's on there. There's one that is one bid is 99 cents with 3 days left, but that it's gonna end higher than that.
Right.
Yeah, but
there'll be a few anomalies where some dumbass or somebody's jacking up their own price, but I don't think that book's going $10.
Because that's the speculation says and everything, but
it's not even the fucking yellow and blue suit. It's just it's what inspired the yellow and blue suit. If you open the fucking thing up, I don't even see him in the yellow and blue suit.
The first yellow and blue suit was 180 and 181. That's
the
first yellow.
People are diagnosing it wrong and all types of shit.
Well,
it's a dumbass.
Because you get your hands on it. You can't just buy a 180.
He's a fucking Indian guy. He's a fucking Indian guy in it. He's like wearing fur and shit.
How many 95s do you think Comic Con has? Probably 1 million.
I mean,
everybody's got them. My shop has 3 more of them. I'm gonna go grab them later. Everybody's got 1 million of them. You kidding me? Wolverine was a big entity back then. Everybody bought 1 million copies of that shit.
Let's see sales. So I didn't even look at sales. I'm just looking at.
If people ain't figured out that the Weapon X part of that Marvel Presents is worth money by now, then they're all pretty fucking way behind.
If you don't respect Barry Windsor Smith, then the joke's on you.
Yeah.
Right.
And Sam Key. Yeah, you might as well get them Sam Key books too, because that's not. It's the first Cyber is really the one you're running to get. You don't really want to fuck with that.
Cyber's gnarly, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck with Cyber. He like broke his claws and shit. He almost killed Wolverine, bro.
Cyber's a beast.
Of all the people that you have on the Collectors Club, you find Colossus Collector, who I actually know. That's fucking weird.
Right.
What a
I know,
weird
right?
fucking turn of events that is.
I'm sure he was watching it because you was on there. You know what I mean? I would guess.
He's a pretty decent dude. I trust that guy's comic books, and Dustin's probably pressing right now. I'm sure he's being a doctor as we speak.
So the
his collection is nice.
Lowest
Yeah,
sale
he's got
that I
good collection.
see on here was from yesterday. It was $9.95. But everything else has been let's see, around $20 or more.
Yeah.
What do you think, Whodad? If you took one and tried to sell it on Sands, what do you think you'd get, Whodad?
$25, I bet you.
I mean, you started out if you started it out at like $3, you probably end up getting around $10-15 maybe.
What book are you talking about?
People.
Talking about 95.
Oh yeah, 15 max. Not
You
right
think? Yeah,
now.
at the most. At the most.
People pay all types of stuff.
I would say 7
That's
to
a $5 book to me. Yeah,
Yeah,
7,
it is
5.
No.
It's not even a $5
Yeah.
book. It's literally like if you go to
It should be 50 cent bin fodder. It was 50 cent bin
and it
fodder
has
2
been,
weeks ago.
yeah, it's been there for decades. It's just like that. Like there's no reason to buy it. Like that's why I
It's
say
a
like
novelty.
anyone who's out there buying that like right now is out of control. Like I mean, unless you're finding it in like a dollar bin.
But see,
And
I
even
know
then,
people like they're pissed off because they collect Marvel Comics Presents. And
Oh
now
yeah,
it's
and they can,
going
yeah.
up because it was super affordable.
But you know what I say to people that like I mean if they're still new doing it, I mean I can see that there being a few issues that you can't get. I just look at it where it's like for the most part though, those are relatively easy to find. I think every shop has tons of them. I think the problem I think what you'd have to do if you don't see a bunch of them is say, hey, do you have any of these in the back? And they'll probably be like, yeah, hold on, and they'll probably bring out like a couple of long boxes full of that shit.
Fucking new old stock, bro.
Yeah.
I have long boxes of that I've taken out of here because nobody looks in it. Nobody gives a shit about it. Now they want to. Now that's all I'm asking about. Hey, got any Marvel Presents?
Yeah. That's what I say, man. If Marvel wanted to like make money with that and get some more interest, I think potentially in that, make an omnibus of Marvel Presents. Like people would go and buy that because you get the whole story. There's no start and stop.
Gotta
You get
go buy
everything
the
in one go.
Just go buy the Wolverine Saga. That is Marvel Presents, just all in one.
That's just my thought. I know some people be like, well, no, but I think that's the way you do it. Nice and easy.
Hi, Dad. Worst places you ever go to if you ever find anything here.
So I should not have bought 36 copies of that book last week.
I mean, if you can sell them all for $5, if you buy them for $1, go for it.
I saw that last week. I was like,
it's just so weird.
Folks ain't
Like,
never gonna learn, man. There's some folks out there that won't never learn.
to me, it cracks me up because it's like you look at it's like there's reaching on books, and then there's fucking reaching, like Reed Richards reaching on books, and that is a Reed Richards reach. Oh my god! Like, oh, this is gonna be huge one day. Like, it's not. That's actually what somebody described it as in their in their sale. It says something about like huge key. I was like, no, it's not. Hold on, let me see which one it is. That was one. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah, huge key. Like it's not a huge key. It never would be. High grade key. High grade key. Like that. That's even a. Like a step in what you're saying. It's a high grade key. Like if it's a key, it's literally like one of those fake ones. You know what I mean? That they give out with like diaries. It's a diary key. It's not no real key.
Chris, you look up blade number 2. For some reason, my buddy told me to take it off the wall and price it higher than I had it.
Blade 2.
Yeah, the Vampire Hunter, just the 90s series. He told me to put $5 on it. I'm like, fuck, are you kidding me? It's like a $5 book, bro.
Hold on.
Looks like it's got Dracula holding up blade or some bullshit.
Yeah, I see one on there for. There's one on there for $20 as far as like listings are concerned.
I'm there.
Hold on, let me put the date.
25 might be actually right. Jesus.
Hold on. Hold the phone. 1994. Because you gotta put the date in there to make sure you're seeing the right thing. 1994. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's. I would say the lowest I see is $10, and the highest that I see for it is a 9.8 PGX graded for 110. So if you have it wherever you have it, put it. I would put it at least probably like around $15 if you're trying to be in the median. Then there's oh no, that one's a lot. So it's 2, 3, and 4. If you have 2, 3, and 4, there's a lot of all of those for $50 or best offer. So
yeah, I do have all of those. I'm just shocked that April 2 is worth so much fucking money. That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't understand that. I know, like, I love Tomb of Dracula, and I like all that stuff, but I don't understand why the 90s blade is worth so much fucking money. Even number 1 in that series is worth a couple of bucks.
Yeah, I was just looking at it to see if it's if it was like a newsstand or something. I don't see it. It doesn't look like a newsstand.
That's crazy, man. All right, well, I guess it's $25 Canadian or best offer.
Yeah, because I'd probably say it's first miniseries, so
Yeah, I
it's worth
guess.
2.
Interesting.
Shall I show some books, Blake?
Oh, you want to show off some books?
Yeah.
All right, we got you. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Mr. Bland showing off some books.
I've got some in your lock as well in a minute.
I love that.
Nice.
I love.
That's the was it like almost like a homage cover?
Yeah, I love that book, man. That's fucking awesome.
That's cool.
Really nice.
I have the original.
Natalie Saunders.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's that's not the Adam Hughes one, but it's put it right next to it, looks just like it.
Awesome. I've got this. This is a trade.
Oh, cool.
Oh, cool. That's cool. I like that.
The new
Miles.
What's that?
Very nice, Glenn.
Not right now. I got no money, bro.
Got another?
Nothing. If I was to make you an
I'll
offer
pick these
for all
up just in case. I've got, this is the second
Oh, there
print.
you go.
Print.
Oh, $50.
Yeah, Spider Boy.
For,
For everybody
And,
who's trying to
and
get
I've got the
Spider Boy
third
money.
print as well.
Another one.
That's the third print.
Third
When
print.
I was in that show in April, I can't tell you how many of those first Spider Boys I saw Humberto Ramos signing. Just everybody had stacks of them.
Blake, these are for you, mate.
Hold on 1 second.
You
I'm
ready?
trying to get some money.
Okay.
He's negotiating right now.
Okay.
All right.
Let's show some normal books for now then.
Yeah, you probably could tell
Oh,
they're
very
pretty.
cool.
I showed these on my show last week, but not everyone saw my show, so I thought I'd show some here as well.
That's cool.
Nice.
I could
That's an
probably
old
sell.
one.
Yeah.
I like that. It's like
I have no idea.
almost
I like that
going
arrow
back
that Green Arrow has. That's got a big punch in
I can't give you that shot. That's you literally took all my money.
Yeah,
boxing glove into the arrow.
that's cool.
Yeah, I appreciate
Reminds me
that.
of Terry Dodson a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you want the folder back?
Actually, you know what? That's what.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hot
hot girl.
Girl. Beat the shit out of that thing.
That's really nice. That is.
Rad, huh?
Yeah.
That's Derek Chill.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Was it yesterday?
Very cool.
All right, show me what you got, Glenn.
These are
Oh, Wonder Woman. That's
the latest
fancy
Night
pants.
Terror books.
Okay. Wow.
I showed some of these on my show, Bleak, but I'm not sure everyone saw it.
Yeah, I think so. Give me a second.
This is for you, mate.
Bleak, he's got some for you.
I know I'm busy. Hold on.
Oh, damn it. I'll keep going then.
No, it's cool. I do have a whole box of Transformer comics. I just don't know if I have them here.
It's a Peter David run.
I don't have to organize, so I'm like, I'm getting a little lumpy. I'm so sorry.
No worries at all. It's my pleasure to help
Oh,
you.
wow.
I got no problem.
That's wicked.
Yep. This one's really nice.
Ew, creepy.
Transformers somewhere.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's super eerie.
These covers are really nice. I like them.
Yeah, damn, Glenn. You need to get these bagged and boarded. These are wicked.
Yeah, I'll do
Yeah.
it later.
My sister passed away. No, of course, no worries.
Oh, wow, I like that one.
There might be Transformers there for sure because there's independent stuff in there, so there could be some Transformers in there.
Okay. Dr. Afra.
I'm really enjoying these Return of the Jedi covers.
How are you? Oh, yeah, that's a reprint.
Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be great.
Lord
is coming
gods.
Transformer comic this week for sure. Okay?
Awesome. Thank
If you're
you.
not here, I'll just keep them under the counter.
Oh, Linda.
I love Linda Carter.
Hey, girl. Yeah, she's badass. That's
I'm off
beautiful.
under the counter for you.
Wonder Woman 77. Banger.
First,
Yeah. There's issue number 1.
thanks very much, bud.
Look at you, bro.
Oh,
I love it. I love it. I've got the whole run now. There's only 4, but I've got all 4 now.
Do you have Batman 66?
I've got some. They're coming. I'll show you when I get them.
Coming. All over your face.
sorry, I had to dig back. Sorry, Glenn.
It's okay. Are you busy still, Blake?
No. I'm gonna show off something really quick after you.
Okay. Ready? These are for you. Ready?
Let me see it. Let me see what you got, baby. Ooh, those are for me. Appreciate you buying those, Glenn.
That's the Howling.
I'll send you my address.
Well, you're going to want this one. Look. Ready?
Oh,
That's the first one in comics.
bro. That is wicked, dude.
It's amazing, ain't it?
Oh, I really want that a lot. I see. You gave me a chubby today. Don't worry. We're good.
I'm almost done now. You can do your book.
Okay.
New art job.
Action.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's.
Oh, the shiny, baby.
Uh-oh, shit.
K-pop's not here. She's not.
She's seen all these because she was on my show on last week.
All right.
Another art job.
Oh, hey, girl.
Yeah.
And then the shiny of it.
Very pretty.
Lovely.
I've got two of those.
Well, that's because you're gonna dirty one of them.
Yes.
Dirty, you dirty bastard.
I don't collect these, but look at this.
I love it. I like those covers. I find them a little too. They're all the same now, though. When
They
they
are,
first started,
especially
coming out,
the Frism
they looked
ones.
awesome. But
Yeah.
they seem all the same now.
Yeah. And then
And that is no slight against people that collect that comic. I collect that comic.
here's the best
Covers.
one. This is the best one at the lot.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, girl.
I
This
don't
is
hate
the
that at all. I don't hate that at
SCSPCC
all.
foil, Mexican foil exclusive.
That's a beast, bro. That is hot.
That
That
cost
is
me
hot.
$50 on its own, but worth every
Yeah,
penny.
shit,
Should
man.
not have cost you $50, but that's hot. That is fucking hot.
Yeah, I love it. That's it. Thank you, mate.
Wow.
I think Man Cave has one of those, the original ones.
So I just spent $50. I don't have them.
It was originally a Legion of Comics, wasn't it?
Spawn number 1.
Oh.
Spawn number 1.
Sweet.
Spawn number 1. Spawn. Oh, wait for it. Spawn number 1. So
Jesus Christ.
I paid $12 a piece for spawn number 1. And I think actually that's a pretty good deal, to be honest. I know it sounds weird, but I think it's a
Bleeker Spawn. Wow.
I'm pretty sure I can sell a spawn book for $30 still these days, so everything's working out.
It all works out.
That's right.
23. Oops, sorry.
Oh, $50 on four spawn number 1s there in condition.
Where are you at, Biggie? Do you have some books you can show us? Is Biggie here?
Biggie's like
No,
shopping.
I'm at,
Oh, is
I'm at the grocery store.
Oh.
Buying some more steaks, say Biggie.
Yep. Get some steaks. How'd you know?
Because I watched you cook them the other night, remember?
Thank you.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you asked me about it. That's right.
Yep.
He asked me how much I cook out. I've been cooking out like a madman lately. Every
It's
night. We
kind
got
of
a
the
tent.
season. It's like cookout
Yeah.
season.
I started a fire pit. We burn fire every night. It's
Hell
fucking
yeah,
cool,
man.
man.
It's fun.
Jeff Comic-Con there sent a picture of his thermometer is like 117 fucking degrees, bro. What
Good
the fuck?
lord.
That was like by noon. You can't imagine how hot it got by fuck.
You can't trust those outside thermometers. I saw one the other day. It said 101. I went home and looked. It was 82.
No,
So
that
you got-
was one inside his house. Like I was like, what the fuck, dude? That's insane. My old house, my old apartment used to get up to about 98 degrees and swell. I can't even imagine.
Oh, my fucking electric bill was so high last month, dude. $300 electric bill.
Damn.
Mr. Papa Wheels had some show-offs for us today.
Thundercats.
Ew.
Sometimes I wonder if the AC unit's better than an air conditioner.
Oh, look at
shit.
that.
That's badass.
Is that signed by the actor or is it signed by
Gorkum Demir.
Okay, perfect. Very cool.
Oh,
nice.
damn.
Wow.
Fucking love Christopher Lee, dude. Wasn't that the guy that played him?
Yep.
Yeah, oh yeah. Count Dooku. He's awesome.
I think
He was great, wasn't he?
He's one of my favorite guys out of the shit. I love General Grievous, man. I hope they do more with General Grievous.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite new characters.
Yeah, me too.
These are awesome.
Shit. Jango Fett. These are rad, bro.
I've got those Grievous cartoons where he first appeared, those mangas type
Yeah.
DVDs.
Oh, shit. Look at that.
Wow, what a set.
Qui-Gon Jinn. Liam Neeson.
Beautiful covers.
Highlander, whatever the fuck he was.
These must have cost you a fortune.
Oh man, Amidala, that's beautiful.
Amidala. Armadillo. Queen Armadillo.
That's
Makes
my
sense.
dildo. Hoffa, did you get these as one big set?
Anakin. Probably
Wow. Incredible.
All right.
Do you want my
Are these
address, Papa?
your personal collection, Papa? You stuff them those on your auctions.
No Jar Jar? They didn't do the best character?
Shut up.
Oh my God.
You said how to get them off this stream.
Hey,
That was fantastic.
Jar Jar was my favorite dude, man.
Oh my
I think me and Nick are the only people on the planet that like that character.
Yes, you really are.
Probably are.
But I don't like Star Wars, so I don't count.
That makes sense.
That's
That makes
right.
You were talking about the Marvel Presents, and I was looking at that last week. There was sales for like there's bids upwards of like $50, $55 on that book, and I'm sitting there thinking like I was literally working on these books as I was seeing on them. Like it's crazy that you can pick up for the same price. Like you can pick up books that are classic books like the FF51 or the X-Men 33, which to me this is the cover of each of these characters, and you can pick these books up in decent grade, same price.
Better. Leaps and bounds better.
It actually blows.
Crazy.
I said it, and I keep saying it to people. It blows my mind that let's say I've got Spider-Man 100 or 201 or whatever, an older Spider-Man book. They go for about $20, $15, $25, 30 if they're really high grade.
Mm-hmm.
And I can buy a comic book I just bought yesterday off the shelf for $5.99 and sell it for fucking $50 at an auction. And it's nothing. It has no value. It's just people want it. It makes no sense to me, bro. I don't understand the pattern.
I mean, 12-cent, early 12-cent, under issue 50, under issue 100 for Fantastic Four and X-Men. I mean, that stuff is still so cheap and affordable.
It really is. Unless you're talking about number 1s and 2s and 3s, you can get a lot of affordable books in those runs.
But like, also, let's be honest, like for X-Men, issues like 67 through 93 are all reprints.
Yeah.
So a third of those are
found them.
They're still cool,
I had to find some bratwurst. They only have frozen at my place. I can't get them thawed out.
Yeah, you got to wait until the MCU gives those kind of books some kind of reason to be worthy of collecting, which is crazy to me.
And that is crazy. That it really is the MCU that gives life to these dollar-bin books.
I really think that this is just bait from these sellers that are on eBay or have shops. Is they'll put a book up, and then they'll get their buddy to buy it, and then they'll ship whatever, and then even might fake a sale or something just to see if there are any suckers. Because every 2 or 3 fake sales, there'll be one guy that actually thinks that's real, and then they'll actually buy it.
That is a real thing. People do manipulate the market.
Oh yeah.
Buying extra astronomical prices.
If I see it on a YouTube auction and I know the seller and buyer pretty good and I feel like it's a legit sell, then I'll start believing it. But until then, like, I don't trust eBay, any of the high listing sales. I always think they're all bullshit. Because like y'all said, there's better books to get for. Once you get in the $20, $30 range, like that book's insignificant. Don't mean shit. Yeah. At the most, it's a $5, $10 book. Like if you're lucky. But you could say that about any fucking book. Any book's a $5, $10 book. It gets enough light on it.
The problem is there's a bunch of people that are buying these books at astronomical prices, and then they don't realize that that's not what their books are worth. And that's, it becomes, how are they going to sell it later? I'm certainly, as a shop, I'm not going to fucking buy your book for more than $1, bro. Unless it's a big key or something like that, which we can talk about that after. I'll take all your big keys out separately. If you want to sell me your dollar bin shit like Marvel Presents 95, I'll buy it for $1. Sure.
I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna play some Mario Kart and listen to you guys.
Yeah. They're the cart.
Sounds fun.
All right. Thanks for
Bye,
having
Caroline.
me. Take care,
Watch out!
guys.
Watch
All
out for the
right.
red shells.
Yeah, those are fuckers. I'll see y'all. Be safe.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for popping on. We love you and miss you already. Fantastic. I say nice things to Lady Fantastic so she doesn't kill me when we're on the hunt. So.
It doesn't work.
Just, just working her a bit, making sure she treats me nice. I've seen her reduce men to tears, so. Simon, who Ron Simmons is, the first black WCW champ, and was in WWE's APA Hall of Fame. I don't personally, but I'm sure that Two Brothers Comic probably has an idea who that is.
Bleak, make me big. We about to chase. We're chasing for the Koopa cookie.
Oh, we got a Koopa cookie.
We gotta see if we get one.
Yeah, that's
Oh, I got the star. We got the star. That's the star. You can't really see it. That's a star. So all right. You're looking for King Koopa.
Are they still going for $20 a cookie?
Oh, that's a little whatever. We got a little guy. All right. He's not worth anything. Last one. Only took 3 out of the pack. Oh, Yoshi? Almost.
So close. It was close.
So close, Yoshi. Oh man. My daughter said she was gonna find him and eat him. She said she don't care if it's worth. She said, I don't care if it's worth $20.
Gonna eat this $20 cookie and it's gonna be decadent AF.
Oh man, we try it. I'll grab some more later.
Hey man, I don't mind. Again, that kind of stuff blows my mind. For the cookie, people are fucking selling cookies for one cookie for $20. That's ridiculous.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's the crazy part is that there's people buying them. I don't understand what's happening. It's a fucking cookie. Go buy a
I
pack of
wonder
cookies.
how they save them.
Yeah.
Like, do they buy like a little plastic thing and put it inside and this is my Bowser.
I think one chocolate
Maybe saying some dumbass shit too. Maybe on that thing.
is light brown, looks terrible. I'm like, why did I save that? I should just eat the shit out of that. It was fucking delicious. When
Oh, we lost Lady Fantastic. We lost you.
Yeah, she fucked it up.
Here we go. Pull it out. Hopefully we get something good. Oh, going for Bowser. Oh, we got Yoshi. I mean Noshi. No, Yoshi. The Ron Simmons issue number 2.
Yeah, Ron Simmons. That's
You got a sign.
Farouk played it for his state.
Okay,
when he was in
Damn.
Yeah, that's when he was in Tag Team Boom with Butch Reed, and Teddy Long was his manager.
I remember.
What he said? But yeah, he did the video with he goes, "I'm Rob Van Dam." Y'all seen that?
One of my favorite ones with that was when when Vince McMahon got his head shaved because he lost that match or whatever, and all of a sudden what's it called? He's going through and people are just looking at him like, and all of a sudden he goes to Ron Simmons, he's like, "Don't you say it, don't you say it," and then he's just like sitting, and Ron Simmons is like,
Who do you think Ron Simmons had his best match with? I was watching an interview with Ron Simmons the other day, and he was saying that Vader was the strongest guy he's ever faced, and probably the biggest deal that he went through in his that's what he was most proud of is when he beat Vader.
That's easily the biggest match of his career because he became the first black man to win a world championship in I guess NWA, aka WCW at the time. That's what put him on the map. What was that? He beat Vader for the world title.
I don't know why I didn't like that guy very much. It wasn't my favorite wrestler at all. Vader or whatever.
Who? Vader's great. Vader definitely should be in the Hall, man.
Cool, dude.
No, but so you go back.
He went in last year.
Yeah.
They did good.
It was
his family came in and did it. My son loves him.
It was such a
Hey,
big moment
did,
for him, though, just because
your son
he
get a
didn't.
Nash? Did he get Kevin Nash's signature by any chance?
Oh, my son? Yeah.
He did. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna send you a comic with his signature on it if he didn't get one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, he got to meet him, and Nash brought him behind the table. He got to sit down and talk to him, and yeah, that was cool, man.
Dope. That's dope.
Yeah,
What's
no.
up,
Like
K-Pop?
Ron Simmons' biggest match is that one versus Vader. Not because it was Vader, just because like Vader. I mean, and
The
a lot of
significance
people.
of it, yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause
Well,
what a lot of
he
people
did
don't
say he
realize-
was the strongest guy too, which is, I mean, fucking Ron Simmons is strong by himself. I'd say Ron Simmons probably looked at stronger than Vader, maybe. I don't know.
You know what? That makes sense, Papa. Vader flopped in the WWE, but he was really, really good in WCW.
He was great around the world. His stuff in Japan, and WCW was great. It's just he flopped because he didn't flop per se. He just got pushed down on the card because Shawn Michaels didn't like him. Like that's 100%. Like he buried the shit out of him.
I want to talk about
Yeah.
Japan.
Because
I was just
he's like,
fucking Hulk Hogan in Japan, and how different he wrestles in Japan than he did in the States is fucking unbelievable. The guy actually looked like he knew what he was doing, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Did y'all see that interview?
That's Vader's downfall
Did y'all
with Shawn Michaels.
Did y'all see that interview where Hogan was talking about how Roman Reigns actually gets it, and he's one of the last old school big guy wrestlers that actually know how to work? Did y'all see that interview?
I didn't see that interview.
I don't.
no.
I heard about it, but I think it happened after Kevin Nash criticized him or whatever. So that's why, I'm sure Hogan probably would have said something like, "Oh, I ain't hearing me" or whatever. But it was just like, I think after
They were talking about the streak. Yeah, they were talking about the streak, and he was saying that Roman knows how to slow down and take his time. And I'm starting to appreciate Roman a little bit more now that Hogan pointed that out.
I mean, he's doesn't have to do much. He doesn't have to do too much, with having fast matches. Like he's the guy that's on top. So it's just like you put him out there for the most amount of time. Like his matches.
I think Roman's probably the best thing that's happened in the last 10 years, easily.
He does. He looks the part. He plays the part. He's good.
The only problem with him was that the problem with Roman that you have is that it took a long time for him to get over. It would have took less time for him to get over if they didn't try to force him down everybody's throat. They
wanted to push him to be John Cena instead of letting him be Roman. Once they let him be Roman, and if you listen to like interviews with his cousins and stuff, they'll tell you like with the guy you see on TV, like that's the guy we grew up with. That's the guy that is at the family get-togethers. That's the guy that's walking into the malls. Like this is just him. This is how he is. This is it's turned up a little bit, but like that's him. And once he was allowed to be him, same thing with Austin, same thing with Brock. They try to force a gimmick on these guys, and it doesn't work because it's not who they are. Once they have the opportunity to be themselves.
I forget what Stone Cold's name was supposed to be.
The Rock was himself. It was unbelievable, man. That guy took off like crazy.
Before he was Stone Cold, he was given a bunch of names. I forget what the one. It was something like Ice Pick McDaniel, something like that. It was some like horrible name, and like and like Vince pitched him. He's like, you could be Ice Pick Smith or some shit like that. He's like, Ice Pick Smith. He's like, and he was like, I was almost Ice Pick Smith or whatever the hell that name is, and it's just the problem that Vince always had with bringing people in from new places for the most part is that he always looked at them as no one's gonna know you from that other person that you used to be. No one has any idea who Stunning Steve Austin is. No one's ever heard of him, but they're gonna hear about.
That's all right.
It's like no,
Get it.
ring match.
Anyway,
They're gonna know. No, you gotta stop doing that. Like,
I need my money back. I'm sorry.
So it's just like.
Yeah, nobody's going to remember you were one of the Hollywood blondes.
Well, that's the thing. It's just like Vince's whole problem, or like one of Vince's biggest problems, is that he just refuses to, like he doesn't want to acknowledge things from other places. That's why it took so long. But like, if it wasn't for Cody trying to trademark and copyright War Games for AEW, War Games would not exist in WWE. And was it Triple H for years we need to use War Games. Like no one's been using it for the longest time. It needs to come back. It's a match that everybody would love. And he's like, nope, not my idea. As Dusty
I wish
Rhodes
that
had
they
it.
didn't bring it to NXT though. I wish they would have done it on the main roster. It would have been cool.
Well, that was the only compromise they had in the beginning was that, like, you know, Vince didn't want it. He's like, all right, well, Triple H, you're running this, so I want to have a War Games match here, and this, you know, and it was just like, you know, it's just one of those things where, like, he doesn't like not using other people's ideas, whereas Triple H is like, no, we can use their idea. We can even give them full credit, but we'll make it better. Don't you understand? Like, this is what we do. So that's the difference between those two is that, you know, Triple H kind of, he doesn't shy away from knowing that there's a world outside of this company. Like yes, like there's a world outside of here, but we're going to do it better than they do.
Triple H always rakes himself in. Like he's like, I'm just gonna be champion. I'm not a huge fan of Triple H, but
Well, he did that for a while, but like when it comes to now that he's behind the scenes, ever since he had to kind of like stop being involved, like he uses his mind for wrestling. He's just like, no, this is like these are good ideas, these are bad ideas, and
but,
so like
wrestling mind. Fucking Jesus,
so,
Hunter Hearst Helmsley for Christ's sake.
People always say that about him, like putting the belt on himself, but like who would have been the better choice?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Back then, I don't know. I feel like he gets bad.
Trish built himself up during the Evolution area. It wasn't for him. He built himself up so that he would be able to raise up guys like Batista and Randy Orton, put them in the position they were in. If it wasn't for him going on the reign of terror, it wouldn't have been as big a deal when Randy Orton or when Chris Benoit, even before Randy Orton won the belt, and then it wouldn't have been as big a deal when Triple H had Batista dump Randy on his head, and when Triple H had Batista beat him at WrestleMania, and then followed up at Backlash, and then followed up one more time at the following pay-per-view in Hell in a Cell. I mean, like.
What I'll say about that is this: like there's a big trail of bodies that like should have been bigger stars that he helped suppress, just like they do it, just like Shawn Michaels.
I get tired of it. You know what?
Scott Steiner could have been a bigger star, but he.
Who?
I hear the same shit about Hogan, and that's fucking stupid, bro. Like a big trail of people that didn't get over because of Triple H or Hogan. They didn't get over because they couldn't get over. So fucking what?
What do you mean? So what? That's their money. That's their career. Like, what are you talking
Steiner,
about?
and I'm a fan of Steiner, but Steiner couldn't work at that time, man.
No, I know. He could have been bigger. I'm not saying that he's like the most egregious. The most egregious is Chris Jericho. He shit all over Chris Jericho because he didn't like him. I think he tried to hold down Angle a little bit too. He also did what
both of those guys ended up being. I mean, Jericho. He was the first guy to hold both titles. I mean.
Yeah. And he lost it super quick because Triple H is like, I don't like that. Like get the belts off him. I should be it. Like it's really it's a weird.
Did you see the pop he got when he came back? Like that was the whole thing. Triple H wasn't even intended to win the. He wasn't even intended to win the Royal Rumble that year. When he came back in Madison Square Garden, I mean, he was supposed to come back as a heel again, and everybody was so over. As a face just walking in the building, they didn't have a whole lot of choice. I mean, it would have been the same thing as like as not having Cody win the Rumble this past year.
That was off his first injury, right? Like he first came back from his injury. That was his biggest pop ever. He had the hammer.
Because he and Austin were doing the 2-man power trip, and that was when he tore his quad, and he didn't come back until that Madison Square Garden. But he was supposed to go into another feud with Austin, and then Austin got hurt.
Well, the thing I look at is that, like, you know, like Triple H is not and like he built up guys he liked, and everybody he didn't like, he pushed them as far down as he could and kept them away from being.
Who the fuck did he like besides Seth Rollins? He only liked Seth Rollins. I ain't never noticed him liking anybody.
And Batista, he liked those guys, so he helped build them up. But like Jericho, he squashed. He tried to keep him down as much as he could. Same thing with Angle to an extent, but you couldn't. You know, Angle was too good. But like he definitely tried to keep his thumb on people so they didn't get ahead.
I never hear people talk about Taker that way. How long did Taker hold the belt on SmackDown for all those years? And you had plenty of other stars that could have held the belt. Tons of them.
I just saw an argument. It's interesting you said that, bro. Undertaker lost less than fucking Hogan. And people say that Hogan don't put people over. I think his overall win-loss is he's lost more than fucking Hogan's, or Hogan's lost more than Taker.
And Triple H has like the worst WrestleMania record of any competitor ever to be at WrestleMania.
Well, because he would go in as a champion, he would always end up losing the belt to somebody. That's kind of the curse when you're
the way you're supposed to say that is he would always put someone else over at WrestleMania. Come on, Chris.
No, I understand that. I'm saying if you go into WrestleMania as a champion, especially the world champion, it's just like, all right, so you know who's not winning tonight, me, because it's for me. Like I held this belt for however long, and now it's time to put somebody else on for a little bit, and then if they don't carry it well, then all right, let me give that back, and let's see if this guy can do it. I understand that part of things. I just think that when you look at wins and losses and everything between Undertaker and Hogan, Undertaker never said, "Hey, listen, creative clause is coming in. I should just win just because I'm me." Like Taker never did that to anybody. Like if they gave it to him for a long time, that's fine. But Hogan would always go ahead and exercise the backstage politics where it's like, no.
I think Taker's a little more political than what people think, dude. I really do.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that he's like
he didn't waste no time shitting on Hogan when he dropped him on his neck, and I know it looked like it didn't hurt, but that could have hurt. I'm not sure it didn't hurt Hogan, but he didn't take no time fucking shitting on him. He shit on him instantly. So
that's
fuck Taker.
That's because Hogan tried to end Taker's career and hey man, he hurt me. I'm your superstar, Vince. Get him the fuck out of here. That's why Taker says that about Hogan.
Yeah, it's just and the other thing too is that when you look at Undertaker's whole deal, it's like I never left, I never did anything. Like I came here and I stayed. Like that. That's the other thing too. Is like Undertaker's a tough person to say. Well, you look at a guy who's the definition of just like how Sting was the definition of WCW. Like Taker's that for WWE or WWF, whatever. Like just because from the minute he came in, there was never any question if Undertaker wouldn't sign.
They should have scratched the tombstone for the match in the first place. If Hogan was saying his neck was jacked up before the match and they still fucking did it, fuck that shit, bro.
He was brand new at that point. You can't take away his finisher.
Okay. Yeah, well, you got the golden goose telling you my neck's jacked up before the match. Be easy, brother, and they still fucking do it. Whatever.
Well, he wasn't really the golden goose at that point. They were looking to replace him for a while.
He's pretty fucking big.
No, he was the biggest name, but they wanted to keep him because that was like after he had lost to Warrior. Like Warrior was supposed to be the guy at that point.
Yes, yeah, that's
all right.
True.
That's just my opinion.
Absolutely, brother.
But
I'm a little biased on the Triple H thing because to me he's the greatest of all time.
Really?
So
he's not the greatest. He's very good. He's not the greatest. I think he has a good mind for wrestling, though. I give him that. Like as far as running and seeing different things.
I mean, there wasn't anything he couldn't do. When they needed a monster heel, he did it better than anybody. When they needed a good baby face, he did it great. When he needed to be funny, he could. When they needed him to be in the place of authority, he could do that. And everybody shit on him and hated on him until he did NXT. And now he's got this big fandom. Now these people coming out of the woodwork like, oh man, Triple H is, the best thing for wrestling right now. Like he's always been. I mean, people just want to.
He had the body for it, that's for sure. Triple H was built.
I think it's more his mind because he's not as closed-minded as Vince is about stuff.
I'm not mad at Triple H. I'm glad that he took advantage of everything he could, honestly.
I think he would have done the same exact thing. I think he'd have been the same guy with the same career, with or without the marriage to Stephanie. I mean, that was something that was in his mind. That was his plan. That was his determination. Well before the whole thing with Stephanie. And
that's what makes it tough. That's what fuels everybody to be like, oh well, this is the bad guy. And it's just like and that's the hardest part to say because the people that don't really don't like him always argue back. Well, how do you know? Because you can't say that because he's married to her. So the only way that
you just listen to anybody talk about him. Even people that didn't like him that worked with him, they all say the same thing. I mean, the guy was just on a different level.
Well, he just was into the the whole thing about it. Like he was like as far as wrestling history goes, as far as what type of thing is there. Like he understands it, and it's just like he understands it better than I think a lot of people want to give him credit for, and they're seeing that. But the thing is that he figures like like I'll say the other person that you would kind of think on in that like wrestling mindset level would probably be like Jim Cornette, but Jim Cornette's mindset is set back in like 1970s, Southern wrestling. Like, this has to be.
I tell you what,
he can't embrace new ideas. Triple H kind of can do it all.
I'll tell you what's funny is that everybody argues that these wrestlers are the reason the Attitude Era was successful and all that shit. And the funny fucking thing is, the biggest villain back then was goddamn Vince.
Mm-hmm.
Vince was the fucking one, dog.
Well,
he had a bigger run with Stone Cold than Rock. He had a bigger run with Triple H than Rock. He had a bigger run with HBK. I mean, all of them. Then Stone Cold and whatever you want to say, Taker, anything. Fucking, he was the bad guy.
Yeah.
Fucking Vince McMahon.
Because he presented a scenario that not a lot of people got to, that pretty much nobody gets to exercise, which is, watching your boss get beat up.
Control. Yeah.
Yeah. You sit there and watch them. So, that was, that whole thing, but it was like, he got to, pretty much just be as evil as he wanted. And, no one could stop that from happening. But the thing was, when it comes to the idea for it all, it wasn't his idea to go Attitude. Like that was he got pushed to going that way by Shawn Michaels and being like, look, this shit is not going to work. But like, I mean, there was a bunch of, and then by also looking at what other people were doing and kind of taking those ideas and going forward with them. But it was mostly the wrestlers in the back that was just like, look, clowns and all this shit, it's not gonna work. Like you can't tell me that this is funny. You're not gonna tell like you try to sell Shawn Michaels some stupid angle. And he's like, look, you're telling me that this is supposed to be funny for people from my age range. I am in this age range. I can tell you that is not funny. You want to know what's funny to me? This. Or you want to know what resonates with me? This. And he's like, just let me tell these stories, and I guarantee you, like there'll be something that the crowd will respond to it, and that's what happened with it.
That's when they did the Shawn Michaels Triple H State of the Union.
Yeah. Because they wanted it to be he wanted to be like fart jokes and stuff like that. I was like, no, that's not that's not gonna do it. Like, you gotta understand that, like, the audience that you want doesn't find this shit funny. Like that's what you find funny, but the audience doesn't. So that's kind of how that works. Like, let the wrestlers do their thing. Let them kind of tell stories. You oversee them, but let us tell these stories in this way, and then you see if it responds. If it doesn't respond, we'll do your thing. We'll do the flat jokes. But for right now, just give us our shot to do this. And that's really where the Attitude Era came from. And then him being going from being just a loud announcer to like, no, I'm the guy that runs the thing. Like that helped really sell it all, because it's like, who can be a bigger villain than the guy who runs the place.
Well, and WCW pushed them to have to do that too, with them doing, the stepping into reality and mixing the colors of reality and what's real and what's not with the NWO.
Yeah, they were
Scott Hall and Kevin Nash walking in, and
they were pushing Bischoff versus Vince too for a while, and every week would go by, they'd say, "Is Vince coming?" And then you had DX show up, and then you had this and that, and it was Eric was always with Hogan, and then they were talking about Big Ted Turner. But I'm proud that my boy Hogan got probably the best match out of Vince. Whenever I saw Hogan jump off the cage onto the fucking table on Vince, that shit was crazy, bro. Like, nobody expected like an extreme match out of those two at that age, and that was crazy.
We won't ever see stuff like that again. I mean, could you imagine, the Bloodline walking up to the doors of AEW or something, like, or Roman and Seth walking up, demanding that they let Ambrose, out of his contract or something.
Oh, that would be good, yeah.
Yeah, he would never come back. That's the thing. Like he just. I mean, but there's guys there are guys I think that have interest that want to jump over though. but they won't do it right now because they're in that lawsuit with MLW. Because MLW kind of they're saying that they were just basically tampering with contracts and taking guys away, so they have to wait until everyone's contract ends and then try to scoop them up after that. So Brian Pillman Jr. is out of his contract. That's why he's there. And a guy like him who can't he should have done more than what he did on AEW. AEW just didn't have a place for him because they kept signing so many people. So I'm actually looking forward to what they do with him because I think WWE is going to do a good job with him. Like whether it's just being a guy that gets over quickly, mid card for a while. Like I think he's going to be fun to watch in WWE.
They don't exploit the fact that they bought WWE talent enough. Like on WCW, they made a big deal out of it. They're like, "Ooh, look what we got here" and shit like that. On AEW, they're just like, "There they are."
Well, it's also a different time too, because now you have so much, just different information coming out all the time with the internet. Like you didn't have that back then, so no one really knew that this dude's contract was out. Like they didn't know that these guys are gone, and all of a sudden he shows up, and then he's doing the Razor Ramon accent. He's you know who I am. You don't know why I'm here. It's just like
they put a cease and desist on that shit real quick.
Yeah, and then they're just playing it up like, oh, like who is this guy? He doesn't work here. And so it's just like, one of those smart things to do is just like, and they were so smart and like just being like, what's this guy doing? He doesn't work here. What's he introduce? Because he came into the crowd. It was like, oh shit, what's it? And it's like anybody who now looking at it, anybody who was smart would have been like, there's no way that this is that this isn't planned. But back then, of course, you can sell, and of course, we're all kids, so of course, like, what's this going on? What is going on there? And then the other part too is that just the fact that it's funny that the reality part of it sold better, in the 90s than it did in the 80s, because WCW they were NWA at that time, but they were always more of a real product. Like they were always more the real sport of wrestling versus the more cartoonish WWF. But it didn't really, like Hulk Hogan. You can say whatever. Hulk Hogan was basically a cartoon character, the way he was presented, right? And it was just like, but that's old in the 80s like crazy. And WCW with we have Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes in a fight for the age. It's like, yeah, that's great, but we want to see what Hulk Hogan's gonna do. Hulk Hogan versus Roddy Piper is like that's the big man, And it's just like and the fact that it flipped, what was so kind of funny because it's like, oh, so you don't like the clowns and everything else, and it's all because the kids grew up. That's all it is to it. It's like everybody who was kids that went and saw all these guys that were superheroes and super villains just kind of got sick of that, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you got these guys who are like putting something real out there. Like I can handle this now, but as kids, we ate that stuff up in the 80s.
Well, wrestling did it like the MCU's done it, like DC's done it. They put out a cartoon, man. You put out a cartoon that in that era, and kids are watching. Of course, they're gonna think you're a god when they find the real Hulk or the real Roddy Piper or whoever the case may be.
Yeah. Even WCW fell victim to it for a little bit when they first signed Hogan over. It's like, all right, here's Hogan, here's him, and he's still, all that shit. And we got Hulk Hogan. Oh, we got Macho Man too. And it's like, and he got the bright colors on. And then what happened? Like when Hogan decided to be a back, when he started to get a little bit more real, like when Luger came back and he was like fighting Luger, he's like, what are you doing here? And he's pushing him, and you can see like he's got real emotion. People are like, oh, I want to see more of that. And then all of a sudden he becomes that guy. It's like, ooh, I want to see more of this.
Fucking Vince was worried when Hogan and Macho went to WCW. I know he probably lost sleep over that shit, bro. He had to, dude.
Macho was a big.
That was fucking dumb.
Well, the thing was, he thought that Macho Man was done. He was like, he can only really do like he was actually very hurt.
I enjoy WCW Macho Man more than fucking WWF. I fucking loved it. I loved it.
Other nerds online,
Vince basically told him like you can't do it because he had said that he wanted to work with Shawn Michaels, like he wanted to build him up and really give him a singles run. So he's like, have him beat me.
Yes, I can do
series of matches, and then Vince like, you're too old, you can't do it. Like we need you to stay in commentary. That's why he left. He was like, I can still. So that's why when he went to WCW, he was like, just going,
I
100
was
miles an hour.
looking for a macho HBK match. I'm not sure I found one. It might have been like a tag, or I don't think they ever really got into it.
I think the only time they ever fought was in a Survivor Series match. It was like, but
Yeah,
that's not like
Rumble series.
Three of them.
Yeah.
Is that fair for you?
He wouldn't let him work with him, and he wanted to do it. He even said he's like we got a good angle, right? He goes, my manager Sherry was my manager. Now she's managing him, right? He's like, so she can be the one that goad me in a fight with this one, and then we can go ahead and have the, and just Vince wasn't trying to hear it. He was like, you're too old, sorry.
Why don't people give Stone Cold more shit for packing it up when he did?
505?
Because I think he was a situation of his neck was. I mean, he's lucky to be walking with his neck being as bad as it is. So it's like, it's almost the same. Like, think of it like Edge. Like, Edge took off and then he got, he put himself back in shape.
Well, there's a difference though. He was fucking Stone Cold was cleared, bro. Edge
he was, but his neck was still messed up. Like because that pile driver that Owen gave him really just like, he
wrestled after that. For years, he wrestled after that.
Yeah, I know, but
it's not the same as Edge. It's not the same. I mean, you might have a neck injury similarity, but he wrestled and he was cleared. Edge was not cleared, and that was his last match. So there's a difference.
But it's a different time though, because if you look at that time in the '90s with Stone Cold, it's like no, he's on the uprise. We need him back as soon as possible. With Edge, is like he has a past beyond that. You have all the stuff about concussions and everything else, so they're probably like, you know what? You're not cleared. You're not coming back. We don't need, and so because you got to look at how like all the medical training had changed from when Stone Cold was there to so it's just like, and I think that Stone Cold basically wrestled the best he could for those years. But I think he was saying that he was having like numbness and stuff in his arms and legs, and he just didn't want to do it anymore. So that's kind of that's why he took off. I think it was just that. I mean,
what I heard was he didn't want to put Brock over because he didn't think there was any money in it. That's what I heard. I didn't.
It wasn't that there wasn't any money in it. He didn't have a problem putting him over. He didn't want to put him over on a Monday Night Raw. It wasn't even built up. He didn't understand why they would use a match like that for just a random Monday Night Raw match instead of building that up and putting it on pay-per-view and actually making money.
Yeah, it wasn't set up right for him.
I thought you meant at the time. Like, you're talking about when he walked out from Raw.
Yeah.
Oh, that's different. Yeah, no, he was angry. Like, he's even said that like it was a mistake doing what he did, but at the time that's the way he felt because he was Brock wasn't.
Well, I agreed with him.
And they were being adamant.
Yeah,
about
well,
it.
he should have let that be the last thing, though. He should have fucking been like, all right, I'm not going to do it, but I'm still here. Like he didn't have no time to wait on anything. He just like, fuck it, I'm out.
I think sometimes when you look at it, it's just he was a top guy, and and Vince
he probably felt like he couldn't put out. I mean, if he's going to say he couldn't put out the same kind of product like he did, he could have said that years ago because he was nowhere near Stunning Steve fucking level. He was over as a brawler, like just be a brawler. I don't know, man. I think he fucked up.
No, I think it's more what Dustin said, where he just didn't want to do it that way, and Vince wasn't trying to. Basically, he said, "I'm the top guy. I'm not doing this." And Vince is like, "Well, I own this place. I pay a check, so you're gonna do what I tell you." And he's like, "Well, fuck you then. I'm leaving." And then they just wouldn't talk, like because I guess Jay called him, and he's like he wouldn't answer the phone for like 3 weeks. He's like he just wouldn't answer. So he's like, I have no, and then they take some time, they smooth things over, and then they can kind of and they've talked about it. I think on the podcast at what's it called?
You know what? He actually did come back. I don't think he did. Well, I mean, he did wrestle great a couple years ago. But did he wrestle after that?
Yeah.
I think he came back for a little stint.
He did. That was before his last match with Raw.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So he came back. He came back to go ahead and let The Rock send him off properly because you know how that all goes.
I think that he had 2 more years after that because I don't know if that was the year that they brought the NWO in and he wrestled Scott.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
and then
right.
The following year is when he had the last match. But I mean, kind of agree with what he was saying. It's like, they wouldn't they wouldn't have Roman versus Jey Uso right now. You know, they built that whole thing up for 2-3 years now. They wouldn't do that match on a Monday Night Raw with no payoff. I mean, so that was kind of what he was getting at. You know, you've got the two biggest guys in here. You wouldn't have me and Rock face off on a Monday Night Raw that, you know, for no reason at all, just to push us a King of the Ring.
Yeah, and I think that too. You know, when they did finally talk about it, when they did finally get to talking about everything, it's just like, let's give you a proper send off, because you can't just leave like this. Like we need you to like if you want to leave, like let's finish the story here, but let's give the people something, because Stone Cold just disappears. That doesn't work. Almost the same as like CM Punk just often disappears, and then he's I'm not doing this, and I mean. I think for him, he should. It would be good to see him finish off, even a small run in WWE if it was like quick and easy. But the thing is, I think he's too much of a lightning rod. I think he is too much of a liability that they don't even want him back if they could get him back, because he's not worth the headache.
Who?
And I like CM Punk a lot, but I agree with you. I think he's burned too many bridges and like stupidly burned them. It's like, dude, you don't have to be like this. Like just work with people and they'll work with you. But
I never know. He seems like a real dick on CM Punk.
Well, he believes he's bigger than the business. It's like, no one's bigger than the business. I don't care how big you get. There's nobody that's bigger than the business. You know why? The business goes on without you. That's the thing.
I just can never tell if he's doing a shtick or he's really just hates everybody as a dick. I just don't know,
Hogan left WWF and blew WCW up, so apparently there's some people bigger than the business, but that's okay.
Well, not to an extent. What I mean is
he definitely did that. For years he did that.
How big of a star you are, the wrestling business will continue on, and they'll make somebody else big. And whether it be as big as you were, or as big as or not so much, like there's always going to be someone that comes next.
You can only be that big for so long until you're too old.
You got WCW's part of business.
You have to.
No, I know that. I'm not saying that he's not bigger than the company. I'm saying Hogan is not bigger than wrestling. Neither is Roman. Neither is any of those. Wrestling is always the end all be all. You know what I mean? Just because there will be somebody, it doesn't matter if it takes 10 years, if it takes 50 years, if it takes 5 years. Like there will always be somebody that comes back and is the face of the entire sport. So, and that's the thing. You can never take the face away from somebody. No one can ever take away that Hogan was the face of wrestling for his time, or that Stone Cold was. You know what I mean? It's just, but like the thing is that, but the business as a whole, when you think that you're bigger than the business, like that's when
I think some guys could get moved around and can tilt which company is bigger, but altogether it's all wrestling. Like I don't know if WWE's the end all.
That's Hulk Hogan was the face of WWE for like 25 fucking years. That's a little more than a face. That's somebody like he
was a fucking anomaly, bro.
Yeah, he was an anomaly, but they made him that way. But he was an anomaly, absolute anomaly.
Yes.
He was fucking huge.
I've watched him. He's been better. He hasn't been as much of a a jerk as he has been in the past. But I think he's kind of learning that he's not bigger.
Very humble.
He's not bigger than.
Says nice things about everybody.
He's not bigger than the business. That's what I think he's kind of learning. That's just like, look, people want you here. They want to see you. Like you're a big name, but when it comes down to it, like you can't be more trouble than you're worth. And I think that's CM Punk's whole problem, is that he thinks that at one point he thought that he was it, because you had the reaction I get in Chicago. Yeah, but that's great. But you got to remember, it's just like, like there's a whole roster of guys here. You're not the only one. So, and yeah, he's been doing well in building people up. And I think that he's getting back into understanding that, like, it's a team effort, not just one guy.
I mean, Hogan got shit on there for a while. For like 2 or 3 years, people have been really crapping on Hogan. And
a lot
I
of
gotta
people
say, I loved Hulk Hogan when I was a kid. I fucking loved Hulk Hogan.
Me too.
A lot of people don't like him for a lot of different reasons. Some people were wronged by him. Some people weren't. Some people were jealous of him. You know what I mean? It's a lot of different things that contribute to like people saying it's just, you got to look through who, like when you listen to the criticisms of him, it's like you got to find out who's just mad because they couldn't be him versus who was actually done wrong by him. It's one of those things where it's like that you just kind of have to comb through and find the reality between what everyone's saying. Because
in my
everybody,
opinion, Bret Hart
and Hogan hate each other. Yeah.
Bret was screwed massively.
Bret hasn't aged well. I'll tell you that.
But I don't think he could. I know
A
he
stroke will do that to you.
No,
Yeah.
no, Hulk Hogan, man.
It probably would.
He just isn't. He's not as. I don't know. He doesn't have the same aura about him. Bret the Hitman Hart sort of. He's a bit of a drag. Hulk Hogan just what he was doing, man.
Are you allowed to say that? I mean, being Canadian and all.
I love Bret Hart, man. That's awesome, but he's just my favorite.
Bret,
you're gonna get kicked out of the country, bro.
He's not as charismatic as other people, and that always came across.
But he was the best technical wrestler in the business, I think. He was
he was incredible. Like, he's easily one of my favorite of all time. It's just one of those things where it's just like when you look at it, like what's his biggest? All right, between him and Shawn Michaels, right? Why was Shawn Michaels so?
He never did a promo I liked.
Well, but like Shawn Michaels was easier to promote and was easier to
but it was sucking Vince's dick
that way because he could talk better than. That's why anytime they would sit there and sound off against each other, like it would always like if they would debate on stage, Shawn Michaels would make him look stupid because like the way that Bret talks is not as quick witted and it's not as pleasing as how Shawn Michaels.
Shawn was loved by McMahon, so he got.
You have to go in the ring and be like, okay, you talk a good game, but let's go fight and see who. And then in the match, Bret would be technically better than Shawn Michaels would. So that's why they worked in that way because it was so opposite.
Bret was a great wrestler, but he wasn't a great star.
Yeah.
No.
That. He was one of the
Shawn
best.
Michaels was a whole star all the way around. He checked every box. Bret couldn't check every box. He couldn't talk on the mic. He couldn't change his facial expressions to make you believe what he was saying, that he had any emotion or that he actually cared. He had the same facial expression at all times. He only had one tone of voice, and it was just this angry monotone. I mean, if we were in the 50s where the guys just walk into the ring and have a match and then walk to the back, like, yeah, Bret's the best thing going, but he didn't check all the boxes.
Yeah, like he's got your traditional athletes like interview where it's just like tell us about what happened out there. Well, we played well and I thought we did this good, and it's just like he almost sounds like a coach answering a press.
That's why everybody thinks. That's why a lot of people think Owen was the better Hart.
Yeah.
I can't
agree with that, bro. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Because Owen could, Owen
I
had more to him. He could be funny if he had to. Bret really couldn't. Like
I can remember Owen promo quicker than Bret's. Owen had a couple promos that actually got over. The leg promo that got over.
Bret was a lot. I didn't really like Owen Hart that much.
He was too stiff, as what Bret was. Bret was too stiff of an interview. Whereas Owen would just he could do it all. He could sit there like how people are given like Dom is a Dom Mysterio is this like shitty little heel. Like, yeah, Owen could be a little bratty guy too. Like he sit there and be but then he also could like when he kind of like
fucking miss Owen, bro.
When he switched over to being the Blackout when he was angry.
I don't know.
He was awesome.
He was great in the nation.
I'm still mad about it.
Chris, when you say you were stiff, does that mean you was checking him out?
No. No. You just, it's the same as just watching, it's like watching, if you ever watch Bill Belichick do an interview, Bill Belichick is literally like the most droll and just, just boring interview you'll ever get. Like if he
him and Greg Popovich. You want to watch some boring interviews and feel like you lost brain cells, even though they're two of the smartest people in their sport. you watch their interview, you'd be like, "Oh my God, this is like the worst ever." Popovich. So, what do you think you can prove on the next half? Rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, wait, what? Can you elaborate? We need to get them.
Well, just sitting there and be like, well, he doesn't like to give you much of anything, but he'll just be like, you can talk to him about anything. Like Bill, did you have fun tonight? having fun. Yes, I'm enjoying myself. Can't you see how
Who do
happy I am?
who do you think had
Laugh at all, Bill? I've
who
laughed
do you
3
think
times.
had a more potential who do you think had more potential to be a bigger star if they wouldn't have passed, Eddie or Owen?
I think Eddie had a more full career, so I think that really like Eddie was doing, you know,
Eddie would have got a lot bigger for Eddie.
Yeah, I mean Eddie had already made it at that point.
I think,
He would have just been going on longer. Yeah.
I feel like with Owen, they were kind of pushing Owen backwards. You know, where the rest of the company is going to
down.
this attitude era and this very much, you know, more reality style of show. But then towards the end, they're pushing Owen backwards into the comedy superhero commercial or
That's because he didn't want to do
cartoony
that.
gimmicks.
Because they wanted to have him do like angles where he's like cheating on his wife and stuff like that, and it's just like, no, I don't want to do that. So that, but that was the other thing too. Like Owen, you know, like when you look at it, it was like, oh, Owen definitely could have been, you know, I think Owen could have been a bigger star, but he didn't want to. Like he was trying to make money to get out, and that was the biggest thing. Like he didn't want to wrestle forever. Like he was just like, I just want to make enough money so my family's secure, and then I can get out and just get a job doing something else, like you know, just a kind of a regular job, and then live off the money I made. So that was his whole big thing. Eddie was all about the business. He wanted to still do it. So like, you know, I think he had
Eddie would still be around, man, with all this Latino world and stuff.
Ask any girl who's been a bartender how she likes her new job at the factory. Ask her that. Hey man, you've been a bartender. How you like your new job at the factory? They're gonna say I fucking hate it because they don't make any money. Owen would never leave wrestling. He's a fucking heart, for Christ's sake. There's no way that guy would he'd still be wrestling. He'd fucking
That's
still
what
be
he wanted
wrestling.
to do. I mean, it's not just like his family. It's like other wrestlers say, like he was trying to save like a ton of money up so that he could have gone ahead and you know, so he could have retired.
That's the fucking thing, man. Is if Owen would have stuck around and then Bret Hart got injured, we would have only had Owen. I think Owen would have had his biggest part of his career at the end of it because everybody knew he was one of the best workers in the business for sure. And he talked better than Bret. So I think he would have had a lot of potential. Now, Eddie Guerrero was on top when he passed. So it's hard to compare the two. But I think that Owen and Eddie both could have been huge, two of the biggest guys right now.
I read Owen was Vicky, though. Bloody hell.
I just think that, you know, with Owen, it's
someone
different
said
different story because his passion for wrestling wasn't the same as Eddie's. Like so, Owen definitely wanted to, you know, he had a date that he wanted to leave, but you know, or he wanted to leave as soon as he possibly could. Eddie would have stayed doing things like you know, to the point where if he could still if he was still in the shape that, you know, Ray was into wrestle, he would still be there. He would still be wrestling right now, like, you know, and you know, I mean, I can only imagine that too. Like now too with Dominic Mysterio, it's just like if Eddie was still alive, oh my God, you could easily have him even with the LWO doing one thing, and then you have, you know, Dom and Eddie like he's my real dad, and you know, that would have been crazy. But then again, you know, like if Eddie doesn't die, then potentially neither does Chris Benoit.
Chris Benoit.
Just because that's what put him over the edge. I mean, I'm sure that Benoit would have probably ended up having a tragic ending no matter what, but it wouldn't have been as quick. And maybe he would have stopped to get help if Eddie doesn't pass away. So that was a catalyst for, you know, Chris Benoit kind of spiraling out of control too.
Well, Chris Benoit, did they find out he had CT at some point?
Yeah. So he basically had like dementia at the time that he did what he did, but it was, you know, I mean,
no, it was just no excuse for fucking murdering your family. However, you know, wrestling's not a fucking easy career, man. These guys die by the time 60, 65 years old. Most wrestlers die. You don't get a lot of them that have a long.
Yeah, you only get to live forever if your name's Ric Flair.
Apparently, I know. Fuck sakes.
That's the thing. Like, when you watch that Dark Side of the Ring, when they're talking about it, like, and they're talking about like all that, like, because they're like, no, we all took chair shots like that, and you know, like, and there's guys that are out there now that are, you know, they live in their lives, but they have to wonder how much brain damage they actually have because of how they wrestled back. Like that's just how you did it. That's why now every chair shot is over the back because it's like, you know, we're not, you know, it's over the, you know, the broad side of your back. It's not in the head anymore because they're trying to limit that.
Unless you're Ken Shamrock, he wants them in the head.
Well, but that was also the, you know, Ken Shamrock was doing it like that at that point, but it's just, it's always kind of a thing that
That's the guy that never reached potential.
Like no one ever really addresses that, you know, doing anything like any type of combat type thing, even though wrestling's not, I wouldn't consider wrestling to be like combat like UFC, but you're definitely taking hits and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, it's not like it's nothing. It's not supposed to be a long career. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't be doing it for 20-something years or something like that.
Conor McGregor has plans to join the WWE when his career is over.
Oh, well, he's got. I mean, that's because there's money. He'll get paid all kinds of money to, you know, show up and wrestle a few matches that are like so much later.
And people are gonna find out how fucking small he is.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Another teeny tiny guy.
Yeah, it ain't gonna work.
170.
I'm sure it would. I mean, because it's like, it'd just be a different group of people he's going up against.
It's gonna make him look like a little bitch because when he goes against a fucking like any fucking 200-pounder, he's gonna look like a little boy. I don't care how good he talks.
Like if you look at it, like even though he's smaller than them, it's just like, you know, if you ever got mad, like if you ever decided to like. That's the thing when it comes to those type of guys. Like, because anybody can say, like, you know, if he goes against this guy, it's like if he gets mad and decides that they're not winning, he can just break their arm in the middle of the ring. But yeah, you're not winning. Snap.
Can he though?
Yeah, but I'll snap the shit.
I don't know he can.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think he can.
Absolutely.
Nah.
Absolutely.
That's why they got weight classes, bro. That's why they got weight classes, bro.
Okay, so then do you weigh more than Conor McGregor?
Fuck yeah.
Okay,
you do too.
You do realize that he would destroy. Like, I weigh much more than Conor McGregor.
I'm not saying I would whoop his ass. I'm saying that some guy probably would. You can if he caught a fucking haymaker from any 250-pound guy, a decent shot, he get knocked out. Straight up.
It's a little lucky shot. Lucky shot.
When it comes to the wrestlers,
but you're saying that he's gonna stand there and take a haymaker. He's not gonna stand there and let.
I'm just saying, like if he catches one, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying, like if he caught one, he'd go to sleep.
Like this. So if they made a match, McGregor versus Brock Lesnar, no, like obviously that would be a worked match because there's like if I'm the.
That's like saying a girl could beat a man up or something. Like I don't know.
I mean, yeah, certain ones probably could kick all of our asses.
You take the strongest man and the strongest girl, no. But you take, I don't know, Ronda Rousey could kick the shit out of me.
Yeah, you take Ronda Rousey and they go against one of us. Yeah,
they're putting men and women in the same weight classes in UFC all the time. It ain't working out real good for those girls.
No, but like we're talking about those girls coming against a regular guy.
Yeah.
Regular average dude.
Pretty sure girls will knock the shit about.
I'm saying
what act on this panel.
No,
I know they'll knock me out.
No, none of us probably not.
She definitely would kick me in the face harder than I could kick her in the face.
And I could fight, and I still Ronda would get out of me. She would fucking crush me. Less than 30 seconds, I'd have a broken arm.
I don't think it would take as much training as y'all think to knock her out, though. You get a normal, average amateur to fighter. I would bet money on the average amateur.
Oh yeah, but I'm not. I know I'm not talking about average amateur. I'm talking about an average human, average human male. You don't know what the hell it is.
The best player in the world got beat by what, the 210th ranked male or something like that. I think he beat.
No, because like what's her name? Even like said, Serena Williams, who's arguably probably the best female tennis player. She said she would lose against the worst. She said she would lose against the worst ranked male.
Yeah.
Not only did
she said that. So it's like, but I know my statement is, like I said, I want to clarify. It's like I'm not talking about a professional. I'm talking about a regular guy who thinks he's the shit.
Yeah.
Who thinks he's the shit. and Emmanuel Nunez and say, "Oh, I can kick Amanda Nunez's ass." Yeah, right. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, like just in general, it's like think of it this way, and then this is where I'll kind of leave it at. Like, so most Gold Glove fighters you would consider to be amateur fighters. If you just walked up to one of them and said, "Hey, you know what? I'll knock your ass out right now," they would, number one, they would welcome the challenge. They'd be, "Come do it." Like, you know, here's what we'll do. You hit me with your hottest shot, I'll hit you with mine, and I guarantee you. You just try to.
Yeah, you want to see somebody who's not highly ranked? They got a whole bunch of videos like that, and it happens in Vegas. A guy tried to fight some boxer. I forgot his name. Dude knocked him the hell out.
Yeah, I remember watching.
Like the guy said, "I do this for a living." What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He knocked him out and started talking. Like, what are you made of that sleep?
Let's say you don't even want to have to. Let's say you don't even have to get hit. An amateur boxer that like knows what they're doing. I mean, it's just like a Gold Gloves boxer could just say, "All right, look, if you can hit me, I'll give you $100." And you're sitting there swinging and flailing around. Within 4 seconds, you'll be so tired because the guy's gonna move around. You won't even get near him. He's just like, you know, he'll be like, "What's going on?" He's like, "What's the problem?" This is like,
like regular people who don't like. And I'm not talking about like the people who I know like do a lot of stuff like Dan and other people who do like stuff in our certain belts. It's not like a regular guy. If you want to test how like Chris said, test you, just do 30 seconds. We do it in training all the time. We do like 30 seconds of fighting. You'll find out that you're in the worst shape of your life because you feel like you're about to croak.
I can tell you
You
right
feel
now.
like you're about to croak. 30 seconds.
My friend, he has a boxing gym, and it's like
ridiculous.
The first lesson that he tells people is just footwork. Okay, we're gonna do footwork. He's like, you're gonna go, and it'll be like I think he had like a 7x7 ring that he puts people in.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
It's not the full ring.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
No, it's a 7x7. It's not the full ring. And what you do is you go, you go forward, back, and left and right. You do that for a 60-second round. And like who that said, you will be absolutely huffing and puffing. You'll be stopping in the middle, being like, "Oh my god!" And then he's like, "Oh, we got 3 rounds of this."
Do that for 10 seconds, and this will happen.
That's exactly.
I remember watching people do it. I did it myself. I was just like, "Oh my!" I'm sitting there, and I'm like, "All right, up 3, back 3, this side."
That's it's great. Like we do it like, and they're like every now and then they do it and say like 30 seconds, and like I said, you feel like you're about to. Like you're about to croak, man. Like, and if you like, but
your shirt is all drenched. You're like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah,
and it's like, yeah, that's 2
if
rounds.
If you don't do any of that, like, no, man, like you don't stand a chance against even a semi-professional.
But it'd be just people that do it every day.
Like you going against Dustin. Like Dustin used to weightlift, right?
Yeah,
used to weightlift, right? All right, so you go back to Dustin weightlifting and me playing my normal basketball and baseball, and me and him tried to fight. Dustin would kick my ass because he weightlifted. I didn't weightlift. I would have to out-stamina him with my running from baseball and basketball, and hopefully he get tired out, and then I can punch him.
Well, see, I played basketball my whole life too, so I mean, I've always had good stamina. But yeah, I mean, it's like. You can do that with anything, and it doesn't have to be someone who's a professional. I mean, look at if you're gonna just artists. I mean, look at something like Roscoe. Roscoe doesn't get paid to do comic book art on from Marvel or DC or Image or any of them. But I don't think there's a person on this panel that can get on a stream and produce a better piece of artwork than Roscoe will. That's what he does every day. He works on that. He's put his life into that. Now he's not some big fancy professional, no, but he's still far, far beyond better than just the average person who's going to pick up a pencil and think they can, walk in there and do as good as he does.
No way. And that's the other thing too. It's just
I can't draw better than my daughters. I mean, God,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And it's just like one of those things. And the craziest part about it too is just like like if he posted, let's put it this way: if he was to draw and post a thing every single day, and you go back and like, can you show me something from like 3 years ago? Yeah, it's still better than what you could do, but it's like, look at where he was then, and now look at where he is now. Just because he is able to keep doing it, it's just like, and that's really what it comes down to. It's just like, even if you could draw as well as him, let's say, the amount of time it would take
Beckerman,
you
yeah.
to do. Like, let's say you were like, no, I can draw just this thing. I'm very good at it. I can draw just like this, but I don't do it every day. Like, okay, let's go. We'll time each other. Like, Roscoe will be done with something maybe in like an hour. That would take you like 5 days to do. It's just like, okay. They're like, what are you working on now? I'm working on the arms.
I've been on some of these art shows with that guy where you have 30 seconds to draw something.
Yeah.
Mine would be unrecognizable, and he draws something that I'm sitting here asking him like on the side, like, did you draw that yesterday? Like, how the hell did you do that? Same thing with 84. He's been on some of those shows that I've been on at the same time, and I'm just like, how the hell are you guys able to do this? Well, they do it all the damn time.
Yep.
K-pop's amazing as well. She's a really good artist. No one really sees it, but she can draw really well.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be like me handing you guys an eraser and saying, clean this book and do it better than me. I spend probably at least 30 hours a week cleaning books. Outside of.
If I did that, I would do it myself. But I sent it to you.
But outside of Bleeker, I mean, if you're not doing it all the time, like, you're going to be hard pressed to do anything better than someone who does it every single day.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the funny part about all that stuff is that it's just repetition and practice and being able to do that. That's why, like, when we were just kids in school, and the teachers would be like, don't do that, it's not going to get you anywhere. So it's like, and that's such a lie, because I know a lot of people that had they just been drawing since the time they were little kids. I mean, obviously it wasn't the appropriate time during math class, but had they been, who knows how good they could be as adults. So that's what I tell my daughter all the time, and she is so frustrated. And I'm like, look, trust me. I was like, what you did is just about as good as what Daddy can do. So and she's like, no, you're a great artist because look what you did. I was like, yeah, that's a different type of art. That's easy. Like that's taking the easy way out, this little pixel thing. All you do is just be patient and then just look and count and everything like that. But the other thing is that doing but if you wanted me to actually draw that as a picture of that, I can't do that. I shouldn't say I can't. I can, but it's going to be very, very, very bad.
No, I agree with all of that. It's hard if you're regular Joe versus a professional, or even somebody that has a lot more practice. There's definitely
my thing is
They had
with
a TV
fighting,
show about
dude, is like Pros versus Joes. It was a great show. Fighting for me, like, I used to watch the old UFC whenever not everybody fucking knew jiu-jitsu, right? Not everybody knew. So it was a lot more common for like an average 300-pound dude to knock down a so-called expert. Now, when I play Tekken, I got probably 1 million lab hours. Like, an average dude, you usually can't beat me. But if they get lucky and button mash, they might win. And that's like pool. It's like pool, if you could get a good break, you could beat the greatest player in the world. So there's just some factors that come into play is all I'm saying. Like weight and mash is a big deal.
I can't do it every time. I have to have a good break. You're right. There are lucky shots. Everybody's got a punch chance, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, even with the whole Tekken thing, it's just like, if you're going against someone that how they have a plays, and I just said then just keep pressing buttons, yeah, I might get lucky and beat you, but it's like if we play 10 times, we play 10 times back to back, I might win maybe 1 or 2. I'm not going to be consistently beating you every time though. Just button match, because all you got to do is say, okay, I know you're going to button match. Let me just wait until you wait for an opening and then just take over, or just like with pools, it's like, all right, you got a lucky break there, but then what happens if you don't get that same break? Now it's just like, all right, I gotta knock all these balls, and then it's just like you might not know the angles of the table or the bounce of the table as well as somebody else, and they just come through and they just work you the next game. So it's all about there's just somebody who's consistently good, who knows what they're doing, will always beat somebody who just got lucky one time. You know what I mean? Or consistently, like over time they'll beat once, because like it'll be one of those things where like, oh, I got lucky, I did this one time, I don't want to play again. But if somebody that like loses, play me again, see what happens. And like, nope.
Physically. Yeah, she might be 12 physically.
But I think that really always speaks well. Like even changing a tire, you have somebody that changes a tire for a living, they will do it quicker and probably with more quality than somebody who just has to do it once in a while. Oh, I got a flat, I got to take it off and do this and that. Like go to a professional. They have that shit done off and ready. You be running back on the road in like 5 seconds.
Unless you're doing like me because I'm perfect at everything. So unless
He's like, I can beat everybody at Tekken. I can draw better than everybody.
I can beat everyone in second. If I went into the UFC, I'd be champion today. If I was a wrestler, I would be the best wrestler ever of all time.
Yep,
But wait,
I would too. I just put on my
wrestler.
PlayStation and I'll destroy everything. I'm the greatest of everything.
I'm the best Tron collector.
I do love that Tron. So I actually I want that here.
I'm not the best at anything. I'm the best at what I do for myself.
For those of you that have always wanted to be wrestlers, come join the hunt. That's always fun time. Get to be wrestlers and comic enthusiasts. Gonna have a good couple of matches this Friday.
Yeah, buddy. If you got beef with anybody, just come on the show. We can sell a little beef, and we can be friends right after the show. We be friends right after the show and talk and chat. Talking about this guy.
I like that.
Talking about Bo Chris, who got beef with me. I'm talking about myself, peeps.
That's called teaching a lesson, which will be taught.
Kimbo Slice, he didn't have any skills except for punching. That's the problem with Kimbo Slice. Brock Lesnar actually had wrestling skills.
He just suplexes though, doesn't he? Lately, Lesnar.
I'm talking about the UFC, but
oh, sorry.
He was awesome in the UFC just because of his size and power. But anybody that had any real skill did beat him. They beat him flat out, man.
It says, who that never invites to be on the... I don't run the hook, Pop. I don't run it. I'm just on it.
I like
he flicked you off like you flick off everybody else, Pop.
Tony Sanders, man, that's the man you got to contact. Or let one of us know. I can talk to Tony as well and ask if he can be on.
Yeah. Beckerman's comment is hilarious. He said he got put in a sleeper hold by Roddy Piper and his life flashed before his eyes. Because what's funny about all that stuff is like people are like, oh, like so they're just on there and they're just doing like this. Like no, like you put someone in a legit. I mean, it's a legit chokehold. You will be out if they do it and apply the right pressure. You'll be asleep very quickly.
Hogan did it to a reporter on live TV for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Richard Belter.
He put him in a choke.
He's like, there you go. You hit the floor.
That was a front chokehold. They're not even that great.
And he said, I'll crank it back a little bit. Up. All right, wake him up.
Let him go.
And Mr. T was in there going, no, a little longer. I remember that was a great one.
He's like, he just
They said Lesnar and what's his name? Kurt Angle had a real wrestling match. Like
and Angle whooped his ass.
Yeah, whooped his ass.
They said Jericho whooped Lesnar's ass in a fist fight backstage one time.
Oh, really? That's fucking interesting.
It was after the Randy Orton match because he got pissed off because he thought that he busted Randy on purpose. And he was like he thought he was like just taking advantage of him, so he went right back to him. He's like, "What the fuck?" And then he wanted to stop fighting him.
I actually really like Randy Orton as far as like new wrestlers are concerned. I don't really watch too much of it anymore, but I don't know Randy Orton. There's something about the guy. He's got that old school look to him.
Well, because he's been doing it for like 20 years, so he's not really new.
I think they were saying that he's getting closer to retirement. Like he
Yeah, he got his last injury. His last injury was kind of,
Yeah.
He made his money too, so it's not like he's broke or needs it, and he's not living bad.
So did the UFC actually buy WWE? Is that what they did? Does anyone know?
The company that owns UFC bought WWE.
Yeah, so they're basically being merged into like one thing, sort of. Well, they're both merged into one umbrella type thing.
I'm curious to see how that works out because the wrestlers actually get paid more than UFC.
Yeah.
You know, UFC makes
I'm also
billions.
curious to see how it works out with people that have been wanting to be wrestlers for their entire life, and now you have an organization that has a roster of real fighters that can just, hey, you're retired, you can go be a wrestler now. I wonder how that's going to work out for the future of wrestling.
I think, I mean, really what's going to happen is that, like, you'll have a pipeline where, you know, if you want to make a bunch of money and really work less dates, you go from UFC, especially if you were, you know, a big name, you go to UFC and then you just, you know, work a few, you know, work a lighter schedule than you would, you know, basically you work more dates, but you're not getting pounded as badly, I guess. You're still taking a beating. It's not like you're just going to get out, but like, I think there's a little bit more control over what happens to you.
I don't know. I think wrestling is harder on the body, to be honest. Like, I don't know.
I think it is. But I think that at that point you negotiate your appearances so that you can take a less schedule.
Yeah,
But, I
because
mean,
you could actually go in a UFC fight, and depending on how good you are, you could be in there for like 10 seconds,
Yeah.
you know, or you could be in there a whole match and still don't take but a few punches. So it's like, you know, but you could be in a 30-minute wrestling match and be like your brain shaking in your head because hitting the match.
You get your leg caught up, try and jump off the top rope, or like there's so many accidents that can happen. You miss a jump if you're jumping onto the table.
Well, it depends on what kind of match you're in. Like, if wrestlers are really taking advantage of other people, I always thought a good wrestler didn't hurt their opponent. That's the whole goal, is getting through the match and not hurting anybody.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I think I was going to ask, did Ronda Rousey ever get any injury in WWE? I think she's been pretty well protected. I don't think she's had any, like,
Yeah, I thought she had an injury unless she was out for a little while. She came back. Did she have an injury?
They're not.
I know that she got angry and she didn't want to be up. Like she basically, like, she got pregnant and then she was out for a while and then she was like mad at, you know, she just didn't like you know, the whole thing about it, and it seemed like she wanted to leave, but she stuck around.
That's because she's not being welcome with open arms and by wrestling fans. They don't.
Yeah.
I don't think wrestling fans like the idea of people from the UFC coming into wrestling. I really don't.
Well, I think part of what makes it hard for her is that, like, it's the same thing as I was saying before. It's like no one's really, like, if she doesn't want to lose, she's not going to. Like, she'll just break somebody's leg and be like, yeah, I'm not losing.
Exactly. She can kill anyone. It's no problem.
It's just like, yeah, it's just like, no, I'm changing the finish right now. Bang, you're knocked out. Or like when Brock got mad at Braun Strowman and like hit him in the, like, basically knocked him out in the ring. He said, "Calm the fuck down," because like he got kneed real hard, and he's like, "What?" Boom, calm the fuck down. And Braun Strowman had to, you know, collect himself for a little bit over on the side. So
yeah,
you know.
You push the fucking devil, and the devil's gonna push you back.
That's why I wouldn't want to work with Brock Lesnar. Like, you know what, Brock? I was keep me clear of him. I don't want to do anything that makes him mad because I don't want to get beat up.
I think Brock would crush it if he got mad. I think Brock would just be so mean to the person. Fucking 50 an RKO.
Well, that's why he doesn't work with everybody.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. He's Brock Lesnar is more of a like he's famous and everything too, right? So he doesn't. He's like 4 times a year kind of wrestler. He doesn't really.
He doesn't. He didn't do it for the money. I mean, just.
No, and it makes sense that
he has money. He had money. You know, he had money beforehand too because he owns a farm. You know.
Yeah.
Because he's famous.
It makes sense that he feuded with Bobby Lashley, who was like also a former, you know, like he used to do MMA too. So it's like, all right, these guys can be as rough as they want with each other. Like they, you know, like if Brock ever got mad and took liberties, it's like at least this guy can, you know, do something and shoot back with them. Like it's not like he's just gonna get mauled, you know. So that's a good you know, that's a good trade off with them too. But a lot of guys, like, he didn't want to work with Bray Wyatt. He's like, nope, don't want to work with that guy.
Really, I like Bray Wyatt.
Yeah, no, he didn't want to do the feud with them. He's like, you know, I don't know if he just didn't think the story would work out well, or maybe they just didn't match up well, or maybe he doesn't know him well enough to want to wrestle him. You know what I mean?
They wanted him to bring back the Fiend to go against him, and he didn't want to do it, so it was hard to be believable otherwise.
Yeah.
Wrestling's a unique world, man. It's definitely, especially now, it's not the same as it used to be when you had jobbers and you had big wrestlers. Now, every wrestler sort of is a big wrestler. Everyone's a big name.
Yeah.
There's no Barry Horowitzes in the WWE. It's just not the way.
Which I always thought was fun.
It's got to be difficult storyline like that where everyone feels like they're not being the douchebag of the company, and everybody
You know what
feels
they
like
need to bring back? Do you think they should bring back the cruiserweight championship?
I don't know because it's hard because they have so many different belts right now. So they would have to retire. They would have to
Well, and
unify some.
3/4 of the roster is cruiserweights now.
And like none of them have a belt. You know what I mean?
Well, the world heavyweight champion and the guy that they want to fight him,
Well,
they're like $1.20 a piece.
Well, I know, but I don't consider them cruiserweight. I mean, like you know what a crew. I like how I'm thinking. Like they do a lot of high flying.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. They are small guys, but
Well, they had that 205 championship, and that kind of fluttered out.
only reason I say that because they got people I see highlights of that I actually enjoy, like Ricochet and stuff like that. And I was like,
yeah.
So
I don't know. Put them all back on steroids, Vince. That was way better.
put them all on steroids.
Yeah, put them all back on steroids. Hey, my man, how you doing? We want steroid era back. That's what we want.
They don't want steroids in anything anymore.
I know. Most places here are.
That's one sport. I think basketball is one sport I haven't seen steroids really into. You've seen it in football. You've seen it in baseball.
Hockey, baby, one of the cleanest sports in the world. Although I do think they're all on equal. But
I think hockey players they don't take steroids, but they take other stuff because they're fucking crazy.
Gotta take other shit.
That is one thing I've yet to hear. It's like a big hockey scandal with steroids. Either that or I'm not paying.
The only hockey scandals you hear are like coaches molesting their fucking team. It's fucking terrible.
They're like doing real drugs, like they're doing like coke or something.
Yeah, one of the hockey players down here, he's part of he's like the second team to the NHL. He got busted bullying somebody, doing cocaine, and they kicked him out of hockey. Like,
oh yeah, he played for the Bruins. Like, the Bruins signed him right after that. I remember that.
Did they sign him right after that?
The Bruins signed him, and they were just like, "What the fuck are you signing this guy for? He's horrible. Like you can't put him."
First they signed the fucking
so they had to apologize. They're like, "We're sorry. We didn't mean to sign this like terrible person."
That's just fucking dirty Boston signed them. Of course they did.
The thing is that like they keep on saying about like different stuff about like like the team makeup and this and that, and like like the Bruins organization is really like just like behind the times on what to sign and what type of players they need because they had a bunch of aging veterans. They had a record-setting season, and they got bounced out right away because they just didn't have the right kind of players. That the Florida
Panthers. Sounds like every sports team in Atlanta for the last ever.
Well, you guys had that good run in the '90s, man, with the Braves. You guys are doing great with the Braves, and then all of a sudden, it just what happened?
They turned into a farm team for the Yankees.
They just won the championship 2 years ago. Huh?
Yeah, they did, but
they're like the number one team in the MLB according to like a lot of sports talk.
Turning around for them, but it's been a good minute because
it's been very frustrating.
Now they've been keeping their players.
It's been a very frustrating last probably 20 years though.
Yeah, they've been keeping a lot of the players recently.
Like they let so many good players go. It's like David Justice, fuck him, get him out of here.
Look, they won a championship, and a lot of people said the best player was actually out, which was Ronald Acuna. You won the World Series, and your best player is out. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
But they always, but that's the thing is just like you look back on the Braves team that they had was just crazy. Like the pitching they had, and it was tough too for the first few years. Like they had some trouble because I remember it was at like 91.
Now it's hitting with them. Now it's hitting. Like they lead the. I think they lead the major leagues in home runs.
Yeah. Like I remember they were like the Buffalo Bills for a while. Like they would get to the World Series and lose. Like they lost to the Twins and they lost to they lost to the Twins, the the Blue Jays and then the Tigers like 3 years in a row, and then they end up winning I think in like '94. But then it was
Cleveland beat
like
them too.
yeah, it was just bad. It was just like all right, but then they started winning.
But you knew they were coming out of their division. Though. Like nobody else was coming out. It's like
Yeah, they did get like I think they had like 14 straight pennants.
Yeah. So they were really, really good, and like they had that good pitching like Tom Glavine and John Smoltz and
Javi and the Javi behind
their biggest issue. They didn't have enough hitting surrounding how good their pitching was. They had good hitters, They had good hitters, but not overall. Like once you got past maybe like 2 or 3 players, you're like, all right, I can get the rest of these guys up.
Yeah.
Get past Chipper, get past these other
Chipper
guys.
Jones was what actually ended up because he got hurt real bad, and in the beginning, he got hurt real bad, like right in his prime, like because he still would have been great, and then he got messed up, and he was never the same after that.
You know who was my guy that pitched was Eckersley and fucking Ryan.
He's the greatest reliever of all time.
No, they say he's considered the greatest relief pitcher.
He has the most.
Always love Randy Johnson.
Tom Hankey, baby, give me that Tom.
Randy,
Hankey.
Randy is probably my favorite. Well, I used to like Randy and Greg Maddux. They're like probably my favorite starting pitchers.
Yeah,
they're like my favorite starting pitchers. But like Eckersley and oh man, I can't think right now. Eckersley and somebody else. I always had a couple of people who was like my favorites.
I think Kimbrel is probably one of the best relievers.
Kimbrel, former Red Sox, he does little dragon stance, and then people laugh at him. I remember when I forget who it was. I think it was the Mets were like making fun of him. I'm like, dude, he's no joke. He's gonna close this game out. Stop laughing at him.
I try to throw the ball sidearm because I watch Eckersley throw. I would think I got to do that shit. That shit's dope. But Ryan was my favorite. Nolan Ryan's a shit.
I think throwing sidearm and then throwing sidearm and throwing curveballs as a kid will ruin your elbow.
That'll be the no problem. Quick.
You don't see many people throwing sidearm.
Yeah, the submarine style. That'll tear your shoulder out and ruin your elbow.
Yeah, you have to get that Tommy John surgery in the fucking second year.
That was my nickname in Little League was Julius Can I Pitch Lansing, because every time I saw the coach, I'd go, Can I pitch? Can I pitch? Can I pitch?
That's fair. That's fair.
Nope.
All right, gentlemen.
I definitely not want to pitch.
Let's end this bad boy. We've had a great 2 hours here. Let's see what we're all doing. Anybody doing anything this week? Chris, what are you up to?
Terrific on Friday, and then the hunt. So I can't wait for that. I'm gonna have a good time on Friday. I'm getting some books signed, meeting some awesome artists, and then the hunt on Friday. So get to come back and battle Pearson. So it's gonna be a fun time. I'm sorry, what?
So, come on. Are you supposed to beat up poor Pearson? Is that what's going to happen?
No. Poor nothing. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. I've been minding my own business, doing what I do, and all of a sudden he, just interjects. So no, he's sat there. I asked him to come on, and he singled me out as somebody that he wants to take on. So I am more than willing to oblige.
Love it. I don't think he realizes the book yet. Mr. Who Comics, you got anything happening this coming up week?
No. Well, no. Next Saturday we're doing a sale. We got.
That's right. That's it.
So that's the only thing. When me and Bleeker are gonna do a sale on IG, claim sale. I think Chris is gonna join us, and I forgot who else said they were gonna join. Oh, I think Sean Yahweh. I think Yahweh might join us.
Nice.
So that's gonna be cool. That's the only thing I got coming up. I'll be dropping some videos of some unboxings I did after the hunt. So that's why, if you want to check those out. But I got some unboxing videos. I'm gonna drop some books I picked up. If you don't watch the hunt and you just want to watch the unboxings, so you can check them out there on my channel. But yeah, I'm just here, just chilling, having fun. If I'm not having fun, I'm leaving. So I'm here having fun. That's it.
And don't forget, folks, if you haven't done your CA awards thing, he does a lot of great unboxings, among other things on his channel. So give him a vote. Yeah, it's a solo Biggie. What are you up to this coming up week, my man?
So I'll be on Tekken probably later today. I'll be playing a lot of Tekken. Then I think we'll get in an Elite 8 this week, possibly TM versus Journey. Trivia, if anybody wants to see some comic book trivia and watch these guys talk about comics and culture, that's dope. We just had Drac and Collector Allen on Saturday.
I can't Drac Allen. I'm pretty shocked. How you doing, guys?
Sometimes the questions are a little tougher for other guys than others. It was a close one, but they did great.
Man, I'm shocked.
So Collector Club, shout outs to Colossus, Vaughn, Mon Comics, and TM. TM won last Collector Club championship. He got the signed to Collector Club book, and we will be probably just winging it. I don't know if we're going to have any one-on-ones. Probably just a regular club. We'll be playing poker and categories and to see what kind of trouble we can get into. But thanks for having me on, Bleeker. Always fun, dude.
Always a pleasure, brother. I appreciate you. And if you guys aren't following Colossus Collector, give him a check. He actually gets his books pressed by me here at Bleeker Street, so it was really weird to see him on Biggie's show. And that was pretty neat. So, and he actually showed some of the books I pressed, which is pretty cool. They're, of course, 9/8 because I rock. Papa Wheelie, you got your thing coming up Saturday. You're going to do some sales. Next Hell on Wheels auction. You doing any sales anywhere else, Papa? No? All right. Cool, brother. Cool. Papa, his sales are pretty good. Go check his auction out. He's always, I think he usually does them every Saturday, pretty much. I got to jump back on Papa's stream there to do something with him as well. Myself, you can catch me here on Sundays. You can catch, we're doing another episode of The Slab or Not the Slab will be out this week. You know, I definitely go on other people's shows. I'm on all of the shows, really. Any show I'm on. Don't forget to watch The Hunt this Friday. Should be awesome. We got some great matches. The Hunt is turning itself on its own head these days, so check that out. Everything's been cruising along there. Other than that, I think we're pretty much done here, right?
Let's go.
Let's get the fuck out of here. We'll end it with one of these guys.